This is gonna be
Yeah, boo.
Hey, Darcy, whenever you're ready for recap, you can begin.
Alright. In the case seems to have slowed down. Ah, shoot. Hold on, give me a second. Give me a second to get back in the voice. Aye, the case seems to have slowed down a bit since my last entry, but the night wasn't uneventful by any means. After wandering the sewers for a few hours, we realized that we had no real tracks to chase down, and decided that we'd be going a dead end without doing any more research. We returned topside and started heading back to the tavern. Audrey had the idea to go to the library and research the sewers. Maybe she was hoping to find a map, I don't know. Anyway, Miriam decided to go with her, and she is her bodyguard after all. This left me, Effie, and Winchester to head back to the tavern and relax, and before the night's end. However, on the way back, we heard a scuffle and found a human male being harassed by the Rats Guild. Winchester basically walked into the situation while Effie took to the roofs. I myself had to use the restroom and decided that, this wasn't going anywhere for a minute, so I had time. However, apparently in my absence, a masked stranger snuck up behind one of the guild members and took him hostage. Effie then used the distraction to cast a web on the poor bloke that was being held up by them, and got him out of there without anyone noticing. Good on her for not taking the violent route. The masked man then negotiated for a peaceful resolution to the conflict, and all parties walked away unscathed. The masked man then fled into the night, and I apparently just missed him. After getting brought back up to speed, the man introduced himself as Ozen and told me that he was a bard. We took him back to the tavern where we got to know him in the only way my people know how, with a lot of drinks and a few good songs. The night ended for me at last when I finished drinking Winchester under the table, winning a few coins in the process. Despite all of this merriment, I hope that we can find out why all these people have been disappearing soon. The longer we wait, the more likely someone's going to get hurt. I hope we find something today.
Okay. And with
How was
that was very good.
Thank you.
Take notes. So, with the recap, a bit of housekeeping. We will take a quick cut off as we do a little bit of back traveling in time as we follow quickly back with Effie and her kobold guard back at the library as they quickly do a quick research to figure out some more about the sewer system within the city. So, for just a quick recap purposes of having a roll for me, can you each roll me a research, or investigation, sorry, to see how well this went while you guys were off researching?
That's my spells. That's a investigation.
Damn.
You
What did
have
I
a
get?
hard...
Oh,
20.
hi.
You scared the books off of the bookshelf.
As I do best. That's how I live.
Given Audrey, that sounds fitting.
So, Audrey, you have an amazing time doing some research, and you find a lot of very well-detailed maps of the sewer system. The first thing you discover about the sewer systems in your research in the library is searching these sewers without a reference point would take weeks to months is the first thing you gather. There are miles upon miles of interconnecting sewer systems underneath the city, and it even runs outside of the city walls in areas. So, realizing this, you figure you will need to find some more, get a better area of expertise, but you have with that, I will say, figured out the best places to go down the sewer system for, depending on which directions you go, and just remember for yourself, if I forget, if you guys go back down the sewers and you get enough information to figure out a better area, you will find the best location with your knowledge of the sewers to get you started up with your search of the sewers.
Best location. Audrey is just kind of flipping through the books, and she's the more successful she becomes, the more she starts humming to herself. Oh, so we just find, goodness, I just had to find the right information. We just got to do a little bit more hunting. Oh, Miriam, it's a good thing we came back to the library. Do you not realize? Oh, good. The sewers actually they run way past the city limits, and we could have been walking forever and ever and ever. And obviously, we don't have any of that kind of stamina. But I think if with all of this information, if we just search a little bit more, and hopefully we'll be lucky this time, we will be able to find the best place to start and maybe get some more clues. How about you? Did you find anything?
Not yet, no. Though if you are close to finding a starting point, we should focus on that.
Yes.
And
Oh,
focus on it quietly.
right, quietly. That's not exactly my best suit, but I will try my best. I am whispering because we're in the library. Where did the others say they were going to be? Are they back at the inn, or are we meeting them somewhere else?
I believe back at the inn I was not keeping track of the other ones.
Well, either way, they're pretty easy to find, so I suppose we should head back now. What time of day is it? How long
Time
have
of
we
day,
been?
you guys are like looking at 2 in the morning right now.
Oh, goodness, it's already, probably morning. I've done it again. Well, after all, I do live here. One time, Miss Miriam, I lived in the library. I was studying for my finals and my thesis, and I was there for literally a month. There were a few times when I would stay there overnight. I'm sure it was a little bit gross, but I assure you my thesis was amazing and beautiful. And, what was I talking about? Right, I lived in the library. I slept there. I found a little cozy spot. Anyways, let's head back now. Audrey will kind of look around and find Mr. Tome, and if he's sleeping, just kind of do a little very loud whisper with, "Good night, Mr. Tome. I hope you get a good sleep."
You just kind of hear this. Yes, sir. Audrey, you're almost done, are you? As he kind of yawns and stretches as he sees you. Very good. I will lock up as soon as you are gone.
Oh goodness, sorry for keeping you waiting. Yes, we're done now, so you can go home and do all of your life things. So it's good. You can let go. Thank you so much for keeping it open. I know it's been a long one. So
Miss Audrey, would you like me to call you a taxi to escort you back to your inn? It's a bit dangerous to travel at this time of night.
oh well, Miss Miriam is here, and she is my little personal bodyguard, but really she's my traveling companion just because she's so nice. Isn't that right, Miss Miriam? But what do you think? I don't know. Should we get a taxi? How much is a taxi at night?
Do not worry about the cost, Miss. I mean, you are on the official business from the Owl Lord, after all.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so I don't have to worry about it at all.
Just
where
make
this...
a shit.
Sorry, so
Just
make
make
it.
a receipt for it, and I'm sure the capital will cover the cost.
That is smart. You know what? That is a good idea. Thank you so much, Mr. Tome. I think I will do that. Right, Yuli, have a good night.
You do. And he kind of
Let's go, Miss Miriam.
He rubs his eyes. He kind of closes the door and just hear a loud click as you guys leave. As you do leave, you do see a wagon pull up, driven by like this large lizard-born man, pulled by a pair of normal horses. As he goes, "Would you like a ride, miss?"
Oh, hello, are you our taxi? Oh, you have some lovely horses over here. What are their names? And Audrey immediately just kind of beelines for the horses and give their snoots a little pat.
The lizard man kind of gives you kind of an odd look as you're patting his horses. Well, lizard folk don't really go in much for names. I call it 1 and 2.
1 and 2, how lovely. And yes, we are heading back to the let me look at my notes again. Was it the Cat's Soft Paw Inn?
Oh, the soft paw pillow. Yes, this way.
Yes, thank you.
Is a little slash of thing as he drives you guys all the way through back to the soft paw pillow. So you guys make your way through the city, back towards the inn, where you find that the innkeeper is kind of there, and you see the late-night drinkers at the inn sleeping as the brew kind of gives you a nod and goes, Miss Audrey, you're back already with your friend.
Back already, and I felt like I was there much, much longer, but it seems 2 a.m. has hit, so it's probably best that we came back here. How are you doing? How is business?
I was always very good, Miss Audrey. Your friends are upstairs already sleeping in their rooms if you wish to go after them.
Oh, goodness, they are already asleep. Well, we have been in the library for quite some time. Miss Miriam? Would you like anything to eat or drink, since you have been accompanying me for quite a long time? I'm sure that was, just in case your stomach has been having little rumblies here and there.
I am fine, Audrey.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Absolutely sure?
I just stop answering, just glaring now.
Well, alright. I think I'll just have a little snack here, and then I'll meet you back up in the room, if that's alright.
I'll be staying here if you want to stay.
Alright. And Audrey will turn to the bartender again. You have a good late night, well, technically morning snack that I could maybe nibble on and bring with me back to my room?
Kind of looks over what he has. I have a bit of leftover bread from dinner, if that is something you're agreeable to.
That works perfectly. Do you have any jam or any of the sorts?
Yes, I do. What would you like?
Oh, what do we have? A little spread? See what I did there? Spread. For jam. Because it's from bread. Yeah, so what do we have?
He just kind of gives you this exasperated sigh.
Is he now matching the expression that Miriam has?
Yes, probably.
I see him where I can take him.
As he takes him, he looks over and goes, we have strawberry, raspberry, peach jam, as well as a huckleberry.
Ooh, now huckleberry sounds interesting. I'll give it that a whirl.
Okay, brings out this little purple like huckleberry jam jar and spreads it over the bread for you as he hands you a couple slices.
I'll be your huckleberry. Alright, thank you, good sir. How much would that be?
It's nearly a copper.
Alright. 1 copper, padding through all of her pockets, pulling out a piece of grass that she plucked off the street, picks up a twig. Nope, that's not it. Finds a rock. No. Oh, there it is. 1 copper. Thank you.
You are quite welcome. Is there anything else you would like before you retire?
I don't think so. I should probably catch up on my rest, because I know that if I don't, I'm up all night, and then I'll probably regret it later. Speaking from experience. Well, you have a good night. I hope you have a couple more customers before you close the inn.
Thank you. And as you wander upstairs with your bread and begin to eat on your breakfast. Miriam, did you just go straight up to bed, or were you going to do something?
I unfortunately have to follow Audrey, unless I am.
Unfortunately, excuse me.
As the two of you head up to bed to get your night's rest in, you move up to your rooms, where you have your nice little slumbering sleep. And as you all pass out gently, enjoying your nice slumber, you all get a full night's rest. So everybody may boost up their hit points if they have taken any damage from bad sword juggling.
My spell points.
And spell points are returned.
Yay!
But as the night goes on and the morning comes,
Oh no.
Oh no.
Audrey,
Oh.
What is this? What is this?
you still slumber
Oh my
sleep
God.
silently. And as you open your eyes as to the morning, you just see the upside-down, black-haired face of Effie still sitting over top of you. With the hair kind of draped over your eyes. It's kind of a blur since you don't have your glasses on, but it's pretty hard to mistake said image. Even when half-blind.
Good morning.
Good morning, Safi. I'm pretty sure it's you. Did you come here to greet me?
Oh, I just want to make sure you didn't fall asleep and die in your sleep.
Oh,
But
no.
you might want to learn to sleep with your mouth closed. I saw a little friend crawl in and never return.
It's alright, dude. 1 in 8 spiders in your life are gonna crawl in your mouth and you're going to swallow it in your sleep. It's scientific proven. And if I died in my sleep, you would have seen some discoloration in my lips, so it all...
Oh, don't worry. I would have attempted to bring you back.
Oh, thank you. Is it... She's rubbing her eyes again, completely unfazed, unlike the normal person that would be freaking out right now.
Speaking of the normal person, Miriam, you start to wake up to see the giant spiders hanging over top of your ward.
I take a moment. I watch and wait. I kind of look to Audrey and she seems unharmed. I let out a sigh. And I merely watch and wait.
Effie turns to look at Miriam and just hold her stare and give her a small smile. Doesn't say anything, just stares.
I just stare back.
Who blinks first?
I don't know, both roll me con saves.
This is asserting dominance.
Not bad.
Oh.
Miriam blinks first, unable to keep the gaze of the spider lady. Miriam suspects Effie somehow cheating. Like spiders, they have more than one set of eyes, so he's like thinking there's some kind of weird eye flipping thing going on.
Seeing her blink, Effie just smiles a little wider and then slowly walks out of the room.
You have a good morning, dear, and good morning to you, Miss Miriam.
Morning.
And Audrey will flop right back to bed for like 10 more minutes of sleep before she actually jolts out of bed again.
Okay. At this point, everybody else starts stirring from bed as well. So we'll start with our new player, Ozen. What's your morning routine as you wake up out of your bed?
He just like immediately upon waking up, he's just almost snorts awake for a moment. He's been kind of going through it, so he actually got a like decent night of sleep. So he's just like, right. Okay, that wasn't a dream. I actually met a spider woman, and alrighty, let's get ready. And he goes ahead and gets up, starts putting on his still worn but still functional clothing before he kind of begins to move out, kind of mentally preparing himself for the extra people that he had been told that he was supposed to be meeting today. Effie, are you actually standing at the end of the hall by the light?
To expect anything less.
Waiting for the party to leave, that's all. Just hands clasped by the dim light.
So, after getting himself ready, roughly like 15 or so minutes of just getting everything prepared, he goes ahead and starts to walk out and ready to kind of meet everybody at the at the ground floor before kind of looking over, kind of his sleepy eyes glancing over towards where Effie is, before realizing the dark figure in the flickering light. He's just like, oh, what the? Effie, don't do that. What are you doing there?
She looks down at herself and then back over at you. She's like,
Well, I'm standing.
Darcy just walks out into the hall with nursing his hangover, just going like, "Oi, good morning to both of y'all. Can we keep it down for a couple minutes?" And he just takes a swig of something.
Just.
Following out after, you see this giant hippo man, of course, also enter. Goes, "Oi there! What? Morning, all.
Morning. Can you keep it down for a couple minutes?"
And as soon as he says that... Oh, sorry, keep going.
So Darcy, are you not feeling all that good today there? What?
I may have had a bit to drink last night, and I've gotten good at taking care of my hangovers, as I just hold up a little water skin filled with something. Take another swig of that. Okay. Give me I'm just gonna head downstairs, get my breakfast going. And I look over at Effie. I'm like, by the way, you wanted to go to the bakery and get some sewing supplies so we can fix up his clothes, yeah?
Effie looks at you for a moment, just dead silence for a couple of moments before saying,
Actually, I think I could go with someone else. But thank you.
and she'll turn and go downstairs.
Well, that was about what? As
Darcy,
Winchester.
how the hell were you not phased by that? Sorry.
Which part? Listen, I've got a killer hangover. There's nothing I give a good shit about right now. But which part are you talking about?
Well, that's what happens when you ingest enough alcohol to intoxicate maybe 5 to 6 men.
But I can do it.
You know, the whole standing underneath a dim light, a faint silhouette covering her as she just stands there ready. Never mind.
Lad, I've got 2 more days of experience with this than you do. And I've just learned to live with it. And I will head downstairs.
Yeah, Winchester had already Winchester had already head down as well, ordering his breakfast.
Klaus will hand out right after him. Not Klaus, Ozen. Whoop.
Ozen heads out as Audrey and Miriam seem 10 minutes past, and you two head downstairs.
Yep, Audrey, after rising from her strange slumber, she looks around and, right, it's morning. Well, that was a good sleep. At least, gotten at least 5 hours or so, right? Well, it's time to start the day. Shall we head downstairs?
I'm following you.
Alright, we'll do. And again, she nearly steps out with, just her bloomers and socks on, and she's like, "Oh, right. Oh, I forgot my glasses." She goes to get her glasses. "Oh, right, I'm forgetting my pants." Let me, and she dresses up really quick, and then stomps downstairs in her merry 5-hour whatever sleep hour that she got in delight, and very not helpfully yells out to the rest of the group, "Good morning!"
Oh, lass. Why?
Hey, what happened to you?
Swig. I'm nursing a hangover. A bad one.
You're nursing a hangover, and is that water or is that something else? And then she kind of does a very exaggerated wink.
It's a homebrew recipe for dealing with such things.
Home brew, wink, wink.
No, it's actually just things like kelp and a few river weeds, and mixed with, I believe it's orange juice. It's a whole fucking thing, but
Oh, actually, that
it gets the job done. That's what it does.
Could I have a little swig of it?
You don't want this. This is bitter as all hell.
I want to try it anyways.
Fine, don't take too much. I need that for the rest of the trip. And I toss it to her.
Thank you. And she kind of struggles a little bit catching it, but she catches it. And then gives it a couple sniffs. And yes, I smell citrus in there and a little bit of seaweed. Oh, that's very interesting. I wonder why it's so bitter. And then she takes a sip, immediately makes a face. Says, oh, yep. That is indeed very bitter, but that I can see that definitely can wake up a person. So, do you drink the rest of this? I hope you feel better, and should probably just drink some regular water as well.
Hey, what do you think these are for? As I just lift up my just part of my shirt, and you just see 4 water skins.
You are very prepared for the deserts, aren't you, sir?
Hey, you travel from place to place, you'll learn how to deal with the environment. Can I have my thing back now so I can nurse my hangover?
Oh, yeah. Yes. Here you go.
Cheers. Swag.
Cheers! I don't have cup, but cheers! And Audrey's gonna take a seat next to Effie, unknowings of their other new party member, just gonna sit down and order a regular breakfast.
There, you're on the bench proper.
Yep. Oh, that's a bench. Okay.
Yeah, that's the seat there, but
Close enough.
to move your token like a picture, you hold down Alt, Zagu, with your mouse, and then you can shift it anywhere.
Oh.
Oh, that's neat.
Yeah.
Anyway. I just look at Brew and I just say, could I just get some fish and chips, please?
Of course. And he hands you the same plate that Winchester is kind of halfway through.
I look over at Winchester, I'm just like, hey, how are you feeling, by the way, big guy?
Well, given my large guff there, it takes quite a bit to give me a hangover. One of the advantages of being a gift, what?
Lucky bastard.
You tried to outdrink Mr. Winchester.
I did.
And you did?
Hey, 10 gold, as I hold up a little pouch.
I have to admit, the boy takes to drink like a fish to water. Hey, what?
I suppose so. I'm not quite sure if I should be impressed or concerned.
Lost,
Go ahead, if you want.
Oh, I was just gonna say, Lost, I was born to do a few things. One of them was drinking. Swig.
Ozen kind of cuts in. It's just like, yeah, he sure is a complete and utter born natural. Definitely.
Were you a witness last night?
Definitely. In fact, actually, I won't say. But given your, what do we say, excited presence, I take it you are the one that Darcy told me about.
Oh, did he tell me about you? Oh, my name is Audrey Crowley. You can Audrey Crowley. Either one is good. And yes, I am a researcher from Owl's Tree, and I came here with Miss Miriam to look into the she leans in very naughtily whispers, the missing cases. Are you part of it too?
In fact, yes, I am. I mean, oh jeez, 1 second. I was sort of, I guess one could say, recruited by Darcy and Effie the other day. They managed to pull me out of a rather dark situation, and here I am now. And
To be fair, I wasn't really part of that, but I appreciate the compliment nonetheless.
are you sure about that?
Hey, I had to go take a piss, remember?
Oh,
Don't
very,
you
very
remember,
long.
Rosen? There was that masked gnome / dwarf thing we saw, eh?
You
Ozen
weren't.
can't. Ozen holds back laughter, but you don't know what the joke is.
Darcy just continues eating his fish and chips.
Audrey is tilting her head, smiling, not quite understanding, but she's still excited nonetheless. Oh, well, I'm so happy to have another person in our crew. What's your name?
The name's Ozen.
Ozen, it is a pleasure to meet you.
It's nice to meet you too. And and he kind of like gestures over towards Miriam. And who might you be?
I'm Miro.
Nice to meet you too, Ozen. He like for a moment he like sits there in silence, kind of taken off by the rather foreign, quieter tone that Miriam has in comparison to the rest of the party. But even then, he just kind of like nods in confidence. He's just like, "All right. So, is there anyone else that I should probably know about?"
What you see before you is all that Audrey has acquired for this job, so no.
Not exactly just me. I'd like to think it was a bit of a team effort.
Well, this is definitely a motley crew. Definitely.
It is a motley crew, but I like to think it makes it more interesting. So, tell me, so you would you mind recapping me on, and she kind of like wiggles her fingers around, trying to gesture wildly at whatever the heck. Recap me on what happened when you came to become part of our party. You had a dark moment last night.
Oh, yeah. You see, and for the sake of this, I'm gonna pretend like these two people don't exist, and I'm just gonna kind of like scoot a little bit closer.
Yeah,
I'm gonna sit on this dude's lap. No problem. Well, you see, basically, what kind of led to me being here in the first place is that I lost my sister, someone very important to me, due to this whole problem, and I've been rather rampantly trying to do things on my own, trying to find information and whatnot, and eventually I came across some people, not exactly the most honorable folk, I should mention, but they promised me information, and I thought I was going to get that information, and it just turned out to be some stupid deal thing, and they thought they could take advantage of me, which I showed them just how easily a skull can be splintered. The rest of them did not quite take so kind to that, and I was basically lured into a bit of a trap, and that's when your spider friend, Effie, kind of whisked me away, literally from above.
Good job, Miss Effie. You did wonderfully. You're a true hero.
Oh, I thank you.
But, I mean, you already kind of told me yourselves, but, what exactly brings you all here? I mean, you've already said that you are researching this, from what I understand?
Yes, we are on official business from Mr. Goldrobe. His supervisors. He sent me over here to just kind of see what all the hullabaloo is about. That's part of my profession, is just to research in general, and I suppose this mystery was part of it all. But what's really peculiar is there seems to be a sort of magic being used that is quite nearly invisible, and we are finding some clues about it, but other than that, there really is no trace, and that's what makes it so strange. What's the property being taken?
I know my sister. As far as it goes, while she may be, I'd say, if anything, she's almost similar to you in some ways, but she was never careless. You know, she lived inside of kind of like the palace here, and as far as it goes, she always made sure she was 100% safe. She always knew that she wasn't a fighter like the rest of the siblings, and you know, she always made sure that she took taxis. She sometimes even had bodyguards given her job as a healer. And
a healer from the palace?
Yeah, just she was kind of all over the place. I guess one could say a doctor, so to speak, but kind of was a bit upset. She never would have walked out like that. She never would have walked out like that.
Well, I think we can safely say so far that, according to our research so far, none of these victims would have walked out by themselves, especially like this. The walking part, particularly, is a strange behavior that we're figuring out, and so far we are theorizing that some sort of pollen is being rubbed off these people via rats. And we're hoping to get a little more look into that. But we'll find her. I promise. We'll find a way.
Kind of gives you a bit of a rueful smile as you kind of see that, and he's just like, "Thank you." But that's just my part of that. So you said rats, pollen. Do you think that's actually possible?
It may as well be. Though we.
Spider said.
Sorry, can you repeat that? I missed it.
That is what the spider said.
Oh yes, Miss Effie talked to little spider that was in the marketplace. Do you want to fill him in on that?
Well, apparently there's these little rats covered in boils walking up to people, and when they do, the people go places.
Immediately? Do we know that?
Yes.
Because, like, the moment, like, if a rat were right here next to me and it managed to get close enough, then I would immediately start walking out these doors right now.
Oh yes, you'd probably be doomed.
Because...
Possibly, because we have had one case where it was a delayed response. That was throwing us off.
Well, I mean, this might be... This is kind of, I guess, a random theory. I've had a lot of time to really think about this since it's been going on a little bit before. From what I understand, you all might have been employed. But if there's something that... If these rats are actually out here, do you think that maybe they could be, you know, a sort of mark or something? Like, maybe it's not the rats that do it, but maybe it's like an indicator, you know, a hidden red cross on their backs.
Well, that may be within the realm of possibility. As I've said before, if it exists, then it could be somewhere in there. Yeah, we're pretty much working with any theory that we can think of, but that seems to make sense. There could also be, as well as visual indicators, perhaps, if supposedly these people were maybe put under a hypnotism and their sign to start walking was the sight of a rat, maybe that could have been it as well. I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, I mean, I suppose as far as it goes, what do you know what the mission might be today? I'm just thinking about it, but if these rats seem to be somewhat important, then maybe we should try to nab one.
Oh, that's a good idea. Those rats are pretty easy to spot, isn't it? Well, if anything, while you all had your little adventure and you picked up our good friend here, Miss Miriam and I did find some things at the library. It turns out that the series lasts for way past the city limits, and we would have been walking forever, so it's a good thing that we did a little extra researching, but we do have, if we find just a good starting location, from there everything should be a little bit easier. But I don't know how the rest of the party feels about traveling the series again.
I'm fine with it.
One more time? Sorry, I didn't quite hear you.
Oh, I'm just not sure how, if anyone else other ideas. We could possibly look at the series again and find a good starting point.
Okay.
I suppose we were trying to look for some rats or more of that pollen the last time that we were in there, but to no avail.
There was another lead that I was hoping to take a look into today. Maybe that could give us a good starting point if we find out.
Oh, do fill us in.
I gotta look around, make sure no one's really listening in on conversation.
Roll me a perception.
Balls. By the way, I don't know why, but that's something I've been saying a lot now is balls. I don't know why.
It's very British. Maybe you just picked up the habit of your characters.
Maybe. Perception, you say?
Or you've been watching Supernatural.
9. I don't watch that show.
So, you look around. Yeah, you're fine.
Just kind of lean in, just start whispering. Just be like, we still have the Swift Crawls to look into.
Oh, that is right.
Word on the street is they're involved in this somehow, so I
Mhm.
was thinking we could try to get a little information on their place, scout it out maybe. I've got some people I'd like to talk to, maybe get a little information on them, and see if we can't acquire some of their records.
Just one moment. I'm sorry, Effie. I didn't mean to cut you off later. What were you saying?
Oh, well, I don't remember what I was about to speak about.
Sorry about that. I have kind of bad hearing.
No, it is quite alright. I believe it was something about whether we'd be fine traveling the sewers again. And I am sure I'd be fine with it.
I mean, I've already been quite dirtied enough, so I don't suppose it would be bad for me to go inside of the sewers, kind of complete the job, so to speak.
Oh yes, if we plan on patching up those clothes of yours, better to dirty it first rather than after.
Suppose, yeah. So, from what it sounds like, we have a bit of a date with criminals and the sewers. Rats and rats, I should really say.
Well, really, I can handle seedier types myself. If anyone wants to join me, that probably not you, as I looked at Ozin, just because I know who you are. But I don't know. I was hoping that one of you could look into the look at the Swift Claws for me. See what they are publicly about. Well, I take it.
Well, I do know where the Swift Claw estate is. Oh, what?
Aye. Alright.
So
Anyone
are
want to
we
come
gonna
with
have-
me on me? Oh, sorry, you go ahead.
sorry. So we're gonna find out about them publicly. We're going to have a scouting party, and then we're going to go to the sewers. How exactly will this thing go? Are we splitting up again?
Not exactly sure if that would be wise in this situation. I mean, it seems like in both ones there are chances for danger, and I know that you might have it very well under control. I do not doubt that, Darcy, but, you know, I was caught in that situation before, and I'm sure you can too if things get out of hand.
That's true. And it seems that they have possibly seen your face as well.
Bless you.
Bless you.
I haven't run into them on negative terms.
Yeah, but what happens if you do? That's exactly what I mean.
I'm sure it'll be fine. I've dealt with lots like this before.
Are they
Alright,
bad people?
They're not good people, I'll tell you that much.
The jury's still out, but, I mean, if you ask me...
You just look over at Winchester, who's kind of doing that neck don't say anything motion.
He just begins to whistle to himself.
Anyways, Miss Effie, I heard you were interested in visiting the local bakery around here. What?
Oh yes, I adore these sweets.
Well, to be frank, we have a world-famous baker in the city here. What?
Gives a little clap of her hands.
Oh, that sounds delightful.
It's actually quite nearby, eh? Just across the street.
Oh, that sounds like fun. I would like to come along.
Goodness, we've turned you into Little Sweet Tooth, haven't you? I wouldn't mind coming along.
I mean, I don't see why we all can't.
I'd
mean-
actually like to get something in my stomach that's a little sweeter than fish.
Alright, then sets then. We're all going to the bakery.
Alright. Man. It's been a while since I've had a pastry.
They are delightful.
Kind of like notices. I'm assuming Effie is kind of like lighted up a bit at that.
Yes, like childish wonder sort of look on her face.
Oh, fucking wonderful. Okay, yeah.
Adorable.
wasn't just kind of smiles. It's just like, well, yeah. I used to actually indulge rather regularly in sort of a different bakery back where I'm from, but things kind of changed pace. So it'll feel definitely nice to kind of relive that.
Oh, there are apparently so many different types of sweets. We should try all of them.
Do you have a favorite flavor so far?
She stares and does not answer.
Have you tried caramel before? It's one of my personal favorites.
You could just like see the blue screen of death going on in her brain.
Lost? You okay there?
Well, in any case, I suppose we better hit along. Better up some bit of sugar to help Effie along. Hey, what?
Maybe.
You look at the gears running. Excuse me, Mr. Brew, how much the breakfast?
Need to be a copper per plate, please.
1 copper. And here you go. I'll just find my sheet.
I will hand him my copper.
So as you guys tally up your tab, Winchester goes, "Oh, that's just down this way. What?" And leads you to across the street where you guys had actually, despite being here for a few days, never really noticed. It's kind of one of those little tucked away bakery shops, where the really good ones are, right? Where almost.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And what you see is on the sign is it says the Long Tusk Bakery.
Oh, goodness, quite a selection, don't they?
So you guys are standing outside at the moment the place is fully closed up. The doors so who's gonna go in first?
I'll go in.
Okay, so you open the door, walk in. Please roll me a deck save.
Oh, balls. It's a trap!
Effie's pressing her face against the window.
Oh,
Nice.
masterfully done. So as you're about to walk in, you come in out of nowhere. You catch out a frying pan coming straight at your face. Whoop! And it swings past your face, and you hear his voice as you kind of duck down and go, duck down out of the way. He goes, "Papa, I told you, they're here again."
Whoa!
And you look up
whoa.
to see in front of you is what looks to be a Laxodon female, early teens you gather. But the really weird thing is the way she's dressed. It looks like a combat baker, as she has a frying pan in one hand, a muffin tin covering her chest, and a cauldron on her head like a helmet, set up like some sort of medieval Amazon baker warrior.
Whoa. Calm down, we're just here for some pastries.
Good morning.
And you hear as you say that, you just hear a voice come out from the back. Go, "And ye, how many times have I told you, you do not assault the customers?" And outside walks this giant green orc, just ripped to shreds with these tiny little tusks and kind of like a stylish beard, wearing a white apron, boots, and a nice chef's hat.
Oh dear.
Just to show you what I'm taking out, I will now move you into the bakery. As this is the elephant that tried to hit you in the face.
Nice.
I love.
Oh, she's so cute.
I love.
And here's the orc baker.
I also love.
Love that.
And ye, how many times have I told you not to assault the customers? But Papa, they could be the kidnappers who have tried to take away our secrets.
I assure you, we're in no way associated with any kidnappers. Can we buy some pastries, please?
But of course, come in. You must pardon me, my daughter. She is a bit, how you say, on edge since one of our regulars had been kidnapped away from these random disappearances. She believes someone is after my secret recipe.
Understandable, but I just kind of look at him like, that is a salt right there.
Do not worry. I how about I give you a one of my specialties on the house, eh? To make up for
I'll
the
take it.
problem. Very good.
I'll take it.
And he goes in the back and he brings out and he goes, "This is my own creation, the croissant nut."
The croissant.
The croissant, and he hands you what looks to be a donut-shaped croissant with like a white glazed gloss and like a chocolate drizzle on top.
I want it.
They actually exist and they're delicious.
What?
I look at it, I'm like, alright. And I just kind of look over to just Effie, I'm like, do you want to try? Found it's a specialty.
She ran over to one of the tables, just like absorbed by all the different choices.
Yeah, you see every sort of donut available: Boston creams, chocolate eclairs, pink in the. You see them: the pink ones, blue ones, black ones, sprinkled ones, honey glazed.
Be careful, you're gonna make her brain explode.
Ready for this? Darcy just walks up to her and just kind of like taps her on the shoulders, like, "That is a house specialty. You want to try?"
Oh yes, I think I would love to try.
Here.
So, Effie, as you bite into it, what you get is kind of a very interesting, sweet, delicate flavor that's kind of like a donut, but also flaky like a croissant on top of it.
It taps her little spider legs.
Aha! See that the girl has the bestest of taste? Oui, oui.
Oh yes. I must ask, how much would all of this cost?
You wish to buy all of the donuts? Well, if you want the whole set, that would cost quite a bit. I mean, there's almost 100 donuts there.
How much would that be?
Why don't you start with a dozen? I think that'd be enough for one person. That's a little more for one person, actually. But just treat yourself a little bit. But one dozen should be good.
Effie taps her chin in thought, then gets closer to the baker. She's like,
How much will that be?
For the dozen or the 100?
100.
Oh dear.
Cost you 2 gold pieces.
Oh, that is nothing.
she'll drop 2 gold coins in his hand.
Very good. One moment, and he just goes to the back, grabs like 7 boxes, and just starts packing donuts.
I look at Effie and I'm like, you do realize you have to carry all that, right? And there's a lot more in here besides donuts.
Oh, that's fine. I'll just carry it. I won't have any issue with that.
By the way, I suppose I have not introduced myself yet.
Oh yes, do introduce yourself. You have some lovely shop here.
Oh, thank you. I am the famous Oak Baker from Marseille, Dory Baguette.
Dory Buckets. And she whips out her notebook. Dory.
Oh, there you go. There's the name. If you want the spelling, you can now see his name.
His last name is fucking
Bless.
Baguette.
So,
Oh my god.
I must admit, you are quite the interesting troop of people I have seen. Oh, Mr. Winchester, it is good to see you again, my old friend. Good to see you again too, Dory. Hey, what? And you just see Winchester kind of going over, and he starts looking over the inventory of all the different various foods.
Audrey will go over to, oh sorry, are you still gone?
Yeah, I was saying, you see him like pick up like a dozen English muffins. As Effie goes insane. As you just see Dowry like packing box after box of donuts and handing them to Effie one at a time.
She'll stuff as much as she can in her bag and then start weaving a web.
She starts weaving a sack web of donuts.
I look at Mr. Baguette, and I'll just say to him, by chance, do you happen to have any porter cake?
I do, in fact, have a bit of that, yes.
How much is it?
It would be a silver coin.
I'll take it.
Very good. One moment, please, while I go get another box for you. And he walks back, gets another cardboard box, and packs it up for you. Audrey, you said you wanted to speak to somebody.
Oh yeah, Audrey goes over to Enyi.
Enyi. Her name is Enoyi.
Enyi, and she'll go over and just kind of look over her little makeshift armor. She said, "You are well prepared for battle. You are very brave. What is your name?"
My name is Enyi, and this is... I am prepared to protect my papa and his shop. You can never tell with the disappearances that have been going on. I am almost determined that these criminals are after Papa's most famous secrets of the croissant.
Well, that is true. Honestly, anything is on the table. Would you mind telling me about the disappearance that happened with one of your customers?
Yes, one of our best customers disappeared. He was one of the first to disappear after the slaves. And then we had to take sure that all things were considered. After that, I have made sure that everything is prepared, buttoned down, and all the recipes are kept safe in the safe.
Safe in the safe. Now you said this person was one of the first to disappear, so I'm assuming this was just a regular civilian and not too high of a class. No mean to offend or anything.
He was yes, he was one of the working class. He was in fact, he was one of the members of the city construction site workers.
Construction site. She's jotting down in her notebook. What is his name again?
His name? He was a human man named John Kedre.
John Kedre.
It's Cad.
Right.
It's Cadre, but she's pronounced French. It's Cadre. The accent can make words difficult to understand. Yes.
I see. Alright, so human, John Country, and part of the construction sites, one of the first to be taken. Right, and how long ago did this happen? Was this a couple of weeks ago, or months?
This would have happened almost 2.5 months ago.
2.5 months ago. Right. That is unfortunate. I hope we do find him. We are part of the researching team in order to figure out this little peculiar case, so do not worry. Soon your recipes will be safe and sound. You won't have to keep them in the dark, and you'll have your customers coming back again soon.
That is good to hear, Miss. What was your name again?
Oh, right. Pardon my manners. My name is Audrey Crowley. Audrey, you can call me Crowley. I'm part of the research team in our tree. This here's Miss Miriam. Hello, Miss Miriam. Say hello. And she kind of points to her and wave.
Hello.
She's my traveling companion.
I see. She is a bit of the salt to your sugar.
She is, isn't she? She's wonderful to travel around with. She's technically my bodyguard, but I like to I like to say that she's my friend. Since we are here and everything is absolutely delicious, what would you recommend for someone who came here for the very first time?
As I said, my father's croissant nuts are the specialties of my papa, but I myself do enjoy the chocolate eclair.
Ooh. May I order both of those?
Oui. She goes down and brings up one of each donut.
Actually, if I could get one of each as well.
Oh, very good. She goes back into the display case and picks up another one of each and puts them up front with you with a little wax paper wrapping.
Oh, so exciting! I'd like to eat it right away.
2 cuppers each, please.
2 coppers. And Mr. Ozen, don't worry about the price. I'll pay for this.
Thank you. And I should mention, Enyi, is it?
Oui.
You did an absolutely wonderful job with the armor.
Oh,
I'm sure that if anybody ever comes outside of business hours, you will be more than prepared to defend your father's shop.
Oh,
just hear
yes,
this
yes.
exaggerated sigh coming up from Dowry. It's like, Do not encourage her! She has enough problems already! She thinks she wishes to be a savage warrior! I keep telling her just because she has the orcish blood does not mean she has to act like a savage!
Well, a little bit of armor is better than nothing. It's always good to be prepared.
Definitely.
It can never hurt to learn how to decapitate a person.
Well, it may not hurt for you, but it may hurt for the other person.
Especially since the only weapon she has is a frying pan?
I'm sure
Effie,
she just...
Please.
Yes.
Don't bring up decapitation around a child.
You say I could learn to decapitate! She kind of looks over very interested, and Effie kind of walks up to her. Do you know the proper swing for such a movement?
I just look at Mr. Baguette and I'm just like, I'm so sorry.
It's alright. Teenagers, what can you do?
With this particular weapon, it'd be a little difficult to decapitate someone, but you could possibly give someone a concussion.
That sounds also a viable option. I will crack this skull open of any dastardly villain, yeah?
Just be careful that it's not any other customer, because, well, Mr. Darcy here is pretty dexterous, but, if it were anyone else, possibly me, or maybe one of our other friends here, I doubt anyone else would enjoy a concussion here.
Are you sure? I feel like I have one right now.
While they're talking, Effie's just showing Enyi which part of the neck is the easiest part to start off with slicing.
She just like circles the area on the neck. This is the jugular.
That is very fascinating. You are very well informed, Miss Effie. You know, our names are so similar.
Oh, yes, they do sound rather similar. I bet you'll grow up to be a wonderful killer.
I turn to Mr. Baguette again and I say, by the way, do you happen to have any strawberry cheesecake?
Strawberry cheesecake? I believe I could have one made up soon. Not generally something I make in the morning.
Fair. Just... sure. How much would that cost?
Cheesecake would cost 2 silver coins.
Chris, what's that noise?
It's my fucking dog who's like next to me.
Your dog sounds like a squeaking chair.
You just got us. If you want me to throw it, bring it over here.
I understand that.
Now I get it, yep.
Yeah. I hand him over 2 silver and then I look at Mira and just go, by the way, Mira, do you want anything? My treat.
No, I've indulged in sweets in the past. They're not to my palate.
I'm sure they got something a bit more bitter here if you like it like a dark chocolate.
Fine.
Well, we do have some rather fine olive bread and baguettes.
I'm fine.
Oh, actually, speaking of baguettes, could I order 1 baguette, and would you happen to have any marmalade?
We do have a few jars in the back. Yes, indeed.
Oh, wonderful. What flavors do you have?
I thought marmalade only meant orange. Or am I mixing that up with something else?
It's usually orange, but I mean, technically you can.
Yeah, fair enough. I just didn't...
Limes, grapefruit. It's really just any citrus fruit.
As long as you boil it and make it jammy.
I've only known orange marmalade. I've never seen other types, oddly enough. But yeah, we'll say he's got those 3 versions.
Yeah. For simplicity's sake, she'll take the orange.
You take the orange and he hands it to you. Very good. That will be a 1 silver and 1 copper.
1 silver and 1 copper. Here you go. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Mickey, why? Granted, these are all things I learned at some point when I was probably this kid's age, but still.
Everything very nice and calm while teaching.
Oh,
you guys look over and you just see Enyi is like fascinated. She's actually took out a notepad at this point.
Oh God.
So you
hi.
say this
Well,
is
at
the
least
best
you're taking notes.
So an upward swing is the best way to decapitate the bear to avoid the cartilage of the neck, you say? Very interesting.
Oh, yes. Be sure to study these notes thoroughly. You don't know when they'll come in handy.
Paquette Dowry just looks over at you with like a raised eyebrows, like, you know what? There are times I wonder that if I'm in the wrong business.
You're not. You just have some odd customers today.
Apparently so. But you know what?
Would
Back
just,
in Marcel, I suppose you had odd customers down there as well?
Say again?
In Marcel, we had odd customers down there as well. Just so you guys know, too, you would all be aware of this except maybe Effie. Marcel is the aquatic kingdom to the far west of the Empire, and is technically not an Empire place.
Hey, so you're from outside the Empire?
My family was traditionally there, yes. The Orcish lands are near the Marcel border, and when I was a small child, I was down there to learn the baking arts. It is where I met Henry's mother. That is why I have the Marcelian accent. By the way,
Very lovely accent, by the way.
Mercy, what languages do you know?
I know two. Common and the other one.
I'm gonna check
The
that.
other one.
Well, you know, humans always are allowed a second language.
Oh, yeah. There it is. Sylvan.
Okay, so you know, yeah. So you don't actually know the language that well, but the language the accent is actually, if anybody, I would say you would know this, Audrey, just because of your background. It's Aquan is the actual style of accent.
Got it.
Awkward. Cool. Marcel, do you happen to be close to the ocean? Would you have ever met any sea elves before?
Oh, indeed. I have met a few of the sea elves, so that was not in Marcel itself. I was visiting there on my vacation on the city of the White Pearl beaches.
Wonderful. I'm hoping one day to meet. I'm just fascinated by all and any creature. Well, speaking of, could I hear a little bit of Aquan? I don't think I've heard it enough in my own town to really pick it up. I do love me some languages as well.
Of course, there, mademoiselle. Just for the sake that I actually, despite being Canadian, don't know a lot of French apart from the occasional word. Goes off in a variation of French, but with like bubbling sounds.
Bubbling sound. I love that.
Emphasized bees.
Yeah.
I'm imagining just, underwater French Canadian.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, underwater French Canadian. It's a good way to put it.
Underwater French Canadian. Audrey will attempt to, repeat back a few words to try to learn a couple things. If there's one thing I could learn if I ever visit Marcel, what would it be?
The best languages, of course, are the ways of the of our people is, of course, the Aquan, but there are many, several races there. Of course, the Gif are very prominent down there.
As is Mr. Winchester.
Ah, indeed, as well as there are many Laxodons down there as well. And the Totals, also very commonplace people. So they are a bit dirty, a bit hard of shell in character.
I see what you did there.
Indeed.
I do enjoy a good pun. Well, aside from that, before we do head on our way, we are, as I've told Miss Enyu, we are on part of the investigation, and would you be able to tell us more about Mr. She's looking through her notes again. Mr. John Kadri. We know that he's from the city construction sites. Was one of the first to be taken.
Yes, of course. He was one of, my data said, one of the first taken. He actually did much construction for the city. I believe the last thing he was in charge of before he disappeared, he was working in the sewers. Fortifying
Oh,
areas and
interesting.
repairing damaging walls and that. You know, from the erosion of the shit.
Speaking of the sewers and where he was working, would you be able to give us a location of where to start there? Where was this happening?
Oh, the disappearances? I mean, they have happened all over the city.
Oh, no, where he was last working when he was in the sewer.
I was not there. I just knew he disappeared the next morning when he did not pick up his normal order of the baguette and the croissant nut. He had come in every day for 5 years, and just one day, not at all.
Oh, goodness, so that's quite the breakfast every morning before work, is
Well, he was, as I said, one of my regulars. In fact, he was one of my closest friends in that regard, as much as a chef and his patrons can be friends.
Dear, I'm sorry for your loss. I promise we will look deeply into this and we will hopefully find Mr. John as well as a few other people case. So we'll keep you updated if something happens.
But of course, and if you need anything else, feel free to come back. And by the way, Mr. I am sorry, I did not get your name, Mr. Man who is paying for everything.
Oh, Darcy. Darcy, how can I help you?
Ah, well then, Mr. Darcy, you can pick up the cheesecake you have bought, but about noon today it shall be ready. Unless there is a specific time you would wish to pick up to make the freshness as great as possible.
How about around 4?
Very well. The cheesecake will be ready at 4. Did you wish anything else besides the strawberry?
I look at everyone else. Anyone have any particular flavor they'd like to try?
I've already had a few too many times people buying things for me. No, it's fine.
I'll try raspberry.
Alright. Effie, Winchester, Mira.
I suppose I'll go for the caramel. Hey, what?
Good choice. Mira.
As I said before, I am fine.
Effie.
Well, I'm always willing to have more of this chocolate.
Alright, and so we'll split it 4 ways. Strawberry, caramel, chocolate, and raspberry.
Oh, sounds very good. Oh, Miss Effie, would you like the deep fudge chocolate or the lighter milk?
Eyes go sparkly. It's just like,
What is this?
Is it
How about
fudge?
a slice of both, how about? So you can try both.
Well, I'm always open to trying new things.
Well, if you like the chocolate, one moment please. I always have something ready in the back for a special occasion.
Oh, actually, while he's going back there, I was like, oh, actually, try this. And I'll hand her a piece of pork cake.
she will take it without hesitation. Is it sweet?
It's kind of like a darker chocolate taste to it. It's more of a sort of, how do I explain it?
Earthy sweet?
Yeah, like think of it more as something like a fruitcake, but it has a tinge of alcohol to it, just a little bit, because of course this is an Irish dessert. I am not kidding, by the way. It has a few things like raisins in it, and like sort of like a few raisins, a few nuts, and it's kind of like more of a heartier sort of, kind of tastes a little bit of dark chocolate.
Okay, she takes a bite, makes a face, and pushes the rest into your mouth.
Into what?
Into your mouth.
Into Darcy's mouth or your mouth?
Yeah, Darcy's mouth.
Just stuffs it in.
Just shoves it.
Yeah. Okay.
Remember to chew.
Not to your liking then, lass.
No.
Alright then. I just kind of look at Mr. Bagam, I'm like, I don't think she's gonna like the darker chocolate.
Oh, that is no problem. The fudge is not a darker chocolate. And he comes over and he brings out Effie what looks to be like a small square of a very thick, dark fudge with like various nuts in it. This is one of the recipes I learned from my dear potted wife. This is a special sort of fudge. It was her favorite when she was pregnant with Enye.
Oh, I am more than likely going to die from overeating, but that's okay.
Well, that is appropriate, for the name of the brownie is the Death by Chocolate.
Oh,
And hands you a really rich, you know, that super rich fudge you get with just that nutty aftertaste.
Takes a bite and then adds the rest to her bag.
It's just an amalgamation of sweets.
Nothing is sorted. It's just
It's just in her
It's all
bag.
lumped together. Which is great in the hot desert heat, because that is going to look very interesting in the next hour.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Well, I hope you... Luckily, he put everything in boxes for her, so...
oh no. Yeah, it's gonna permeate. It's gonna take a while, but
Oh
it-
boy.
Is there anything else that you would all like to say, or are you all good here for the day?
I must wonder, how long do these pastries tend to last?
Well, they are best the day up, but I mean, the thing about pastries is if you don't mind them going a bit stale, they last a while.
Oh, perfect. Then, so Miss Effie then won't die of overeating, hopefully. If she, and she just kind of like pointedly stares, hopefully stares, if you please don't eat all of that at once because you'll probably get a stomachache.
Well, I
please
think
portion yourself.
I suppose if she eats them all at once, her thorax will absorb the calories.
I'm positive that's not how that works. Wait a second.
we
Are
won't
you
know
sure
till
with
we
the
try.
Spider Woman?
Wait a fucking minute. It took me a
Well,
second.
That would be an interesting study, I will admit.
A study I'd rather not go into.
Oh, actually, there was one more thing I was hoping to take.
Of course. And what is it, my dear Effie?
Well, Annie is just so delightful. We wonder if we could take her.
I am curious how the rest of the party reacts to you guys taking a teenage girl along on a dangerous adventure. So.
No, I was too busy laughing. Ozen kind of cuts in. Effie, you know, there was a different situation that caused us to take you, well, them to take you on this adventure, rather than, you know, taking a child
Get him on
from
his face.
their home, assuming that you all live here.
Well, we are not
On an
taking her.
Don't you think we might be putting this little one at a bit of risk?
Just a bit.
Effie looks the child over, thinks it over carefully, and then is like,
She is much above the age for battling. This should be fun.
She does have more heft than the humans. She might last longer.
Alright, first off, I
Exactly.
take offense to that. Second off,
How do you take offense to that and I don't?
He's insecure.
insecure, I'm just saying things. Anyway,
Actually, for fun too, while you're going on about this, I want Effie to make me a perception check, and I'll give her advantage due to her wide eye and all the goodies.
Oh my fucking god.
This is your life now, Ozen. Welcome to the club.
So, Effie, as you look around the bakery shop, you notice something you didn't notice right off the bat. You've talked about eating people. Well, apparently it's not that weird, because you see what looks to be little cookie people.
oh god damn it! No! You fucked us! We were getting somewhere! Let's be honest, we weren't. This is more of a setback.
Dari looks over and goes,
Effie presses her hands to her cheeks and just makes like a look on her face is just like,
Are these the gnomes that I have met before?
Oh, lass, they're just cookies cut in the shape of people.
Tend to be made with ginger. It's actually really good.
I don't really care for ginger.
Do you have any frosting for that as well?
Of course we do. In fact, we
Can
have
we get-
various flavors of frosting for them.
Would any of them happen to be pink by chance?
We do have the pink frosting. I do use it on the donuts after all.
You mind if I make a few custom?
Of course you may. This way, customer, and he'll hand you the froster and gives you a few cookies to frost any way you like. I'm curious to see your technique, my friend.
Ozen kind of like sits there for a moment, and in a fit of inspiration, he's going to attempt to completely unintentionally meta make a smaller version, gingerbread man version of you guys' main campaign party.
Audrey will lean over and
The
just
four of us left.
Yeah, the current 4 of us.
Actually, no. All the recently not 5, but Kovacs is going to be the first one that he takes a bite out of.
rip.
Is that supposed to be a taller Greenwood?
Okay, that wasn't bad.
By
But
the
yeah,
way,
no.
I guess Darcy, for the fun of, or I should say Judah, just so you know what Mint Greenwood looks like. Continue, but
Oh no, you showed me a picture of him before.
and I showed you. I don't think Judah's seen the Mint Greenwood pic though.
I don't
Okay.
believe I have.
Yeah. So continue. I'll grab the pic.
Yeah, no. But yeah, no. He's just doing his best, kind of just like, it's like, all right, let's see.
Goodness,
No,
we have an
with-
artist here.
Purple hair and. Oh wow, I love him.
Now you can see why Darcy loves this guy.
Wonderful. It's just like, let's go for like cowboy type character and.
You know, I'm a little confused. How come he can eat people but I can't?
Oh,
They're not people, lass. They're just cookies in the shape of people.
believe it or not, gingerbread are actually not my favorite. I just decided maybe for the sake of a sort of celebration, I might as well make it all for you.
Oh?
Yeah. Let's see. There are 5 of us. I'm not going to make one, so let's see.
And for the sake
Back
of
into-
simplicity, there are gingerbread centaurs. He does a variety of race cookies. He's not a racist cookie maker.
Lovely.
Like
I,
some people.
While he's doing that, Darcy's gonna walk up to Effie and just say, "By the way, lass, you okay? You seem kind of distant this morning." And
Oh? I think I've been acting normal.
am I piecing this together? Do I remember if she's trying to hint at anything?
Roll me an
She-
insight.
She just has her usual smile on her face at the moment.
Give me a second.
As we speak, I'm eating a pastry right now because I can't help myself.
I mean, you know there's something wrong. You're not sure what it is, but you can definitely tell that Effie is, there's something wrong with Effie. Yeah, there's something bothering Effie.
Lass, you seem like something's been bothering you. Yeah, okay there?
Why would I not be okay? There's so many sweets.
I don't know. Something seems like something's been bothering you. You okay? Do you want to talk about it?
Nope.
You're sure?
Oh, absolutely, I'm sure. Maybe with the others, but no.
Did I do something to you?
Of course not.
She pats the top of Darcy's head and turns her focus back to the bakes.
And finished.
Do I believe that bullshit?
Roll me an insight.
Alright.
Is the trend of not great insight going to continue? We'll see. Oh!
You don't believe it for a minute. In fact, you're starting to wonder if you should sleep at night anymore. Anyways, as you guys... Oh, sorry.
I was just about to say, Lass, you're not planning on killing me in my sleep, are you?
She just looks at him and gives him an "oh you" shake of her head.
Lass, I'm actually starting to get a little concerned here.
Oh, wonderful. But don't worry. Or you can. Either way, it doesn't matter.
It kind of matters to me a little bit. Listen, Lass, if we're working together, I want to make sure we're on good terms. Did I say something that bothers you, or...?
Well, not particularly to me, but...
Is that a pause or did you cut off?
It was a pause.
Oh.
Just like not. That's the end of the sentence.
Oh.
But what?
Oh, well... I just have very good ears. I hear things people don't want me to hear sometimes. It's a little funny sometimes.
Alright, you're gonna have to help me out here. I was drinking pretty heavily last night. My memory's a bit patchy.
No, it's fine. Don't worry so much about it. We got so many sweets.
She's just gonna turn away and go to focusing on the sweets again, ending the conversation.
I just say to her, but I'm kind of worried about it if you seem... It seems like you're mad at me for some reason or another. And I don't remember why, which is even more frightening.
In any case, as you guys finish up your cookies and everything, you guys can now leave the store, because we've been in an hour in here. This was just a bakery!
Oh, while everyone's walking out, Effie's gonna casually walk towards Annie to hold her hand and start walking out with her.
Ozen's gonna kind of just getting everything that he can inside of all the cookies that he just made inside of the bag, the Kovacs one hanging out the side of his mouth. He kind of reaches forward for Effie's other hand. Is just wait, no, we can't. He didn't even give you his consent. What are you doing?
But he didn't say no either.
How about this?
Oh dear.
You leave them behind, and we trade a person for and he goes out and brings out the scar cookie. A person for a person.
Oh, and they're both so sweet. Oh, very well.
Nice and red, and it's actually quite bigger than the rest. See?
Oh, it's the color of blood. That's delightful.
Yes, it very much is. You're so perceptive.
We need to have a talk.
Effie will turn to Annie and say,
I'm so sorry you can't come along, but there's always next time.
and she'll pat the top of Annie's head.
Feel free to visit anytime you wish, Miss Effie. I'm always interested to learn more of your craft.
Oh, of course. I'll teach you how to shoot an arrow through a head.
We're creating a warrior here at Baker.
I just... and Darcy just walks out.
Effie will chew on her new red cookie.
Oh,
Winchester
God.
goes, thanks for everything there, Mr. Baker Baguette. Good to see you again, Eddie, and we will head off there. What?
Thank you. Have a good day. Well played, Mr. Ozen. Well played. That was a very smart trade-off.
I do a lot of entertainment, and no offense to Effie, but children and childlike people tend to be rather similar.
Oh, so I've seen childlike.
And in the most endearing way possible, I should mention, with a tinge of murder.
Just a tinge. But the childlike one does.
You look over and just see that Winchester's got a mouthful of English muffins. And he goes, but that's one of the most interesting things about her, eh? What?
Oh, you are too much. She like holds her face again, getting a little blush on the cheeks, just so happy to get a compliment.
Oh, you're just adorable.
Would you like to try a muffin, Miss Effie?
Oh, yes, please.
It's not very sweet, though, dear, just so you know.
Oh, but you add the proper stuff in it. Is delicious.
Oh, actually, she goes over to Winchester and asks for one of the English muffins and takes out her jar of marmalade and just kind of dabs a little bit on the top. Try it with this.
Oh, this is wonderful. We don't get these sort of things in the Greystone lands. This sweet.
Yes, I can imagine. Given the environment and the weather conditions, I suppose that these sort of fruits don't last very long, if at all, in your hometown.
They just don't exist. It's considered lucky if we get to have a cooked meal. Usually we eat things raw.
Well, you do get your protein, don't you?
If you're ever curious, I could tell you what a horse heart tastes like.
A horse heart, you know? I've heard not horse hearts, but pig hearts and the such are good in stews, so I assume it's something similar.
Oh no, not in a stew, just directly from the horse.
Oh, well, you see, humans weren't quite made to be consuming such raw material. You see, we'd get very sick very easily. And then there's bloodborne pathogens, and that always leads to problems, and then you get other bacteria and whatnot, and usually you have to cook those off in order to not get sick, and
It
you know,
just
the raw
takes some
meats.
getting used to. My grandfather was human. He ate those sorts of things with me.
Oh, goodness. So he adopted.
As he overhears this, he just takes the half-eaten Kovacs and puts it back inside of the little bag.
Darcy just kind of like puts his hand on Ozen's shoulder, kind of gives him a look of, I'm sorry, but this isn't what we do now.
You have no idea how glad I am that you're here.
I with you.
Ugh.
So, what are we planning on doing after this? We need to. You said you wanted to get some sewing supplies to fix up his clothes, yeah?
Oh, he's talking to me?
Yeah.
She looks Ozen over again, and she's like,
Oh yes, those still need to get taken care of.
For the sake of, just, I guess, an explanation for those that weren't there before, yeah, because of the scuffle that he's been kind of going through and all the other stuff, like, his clothes, despite the reference image, it's rather torn, kind of mottled all over. It looks like he just got out of, like, a really, really, really bad fight. Clothes-wise, not health-wise.
Oh dear. I'm surprised I didn't notice that before. Well, you see, sometimes I come out of the laboratory and I'm covered in soot. And actually, when I came here to Imperius. When I came into Imperius the first time, I didn't even realize that I still had soot all over my face and all over my clothes. But yes, you should definitely get those changed. Or just patched up, at least.
Oh, I'm going to patch them up.
Oh, do you know how to sew?
Oh yes.
Can you do embroidery?
Oh, only simple things. My
Oh,
grandfather
no.
didn't have many books.
it is quite the fun pastime, and you see, since you have many, many eyes on your heads, you definitely won't get as much strain as anyone.
Effie only has 2 from what you could see.
Oh. But I assume you have more eyes. Do you have more eyes, dear? Do you have any hiding under your hair there?
I have Gibby's eyes.
Oh. Well, then Gibby can help you also look. Well, as far as plans go, while we were at the bakery, I do have some leads. Did want to visit the, and she kind of leans over, the Swift Claw.
Why are we whispering?
It's rude to talk about people who have a lot of money.
You know, actually, I've been thinking, when we would talk about all of this stuff, we, generally speaking, aren't the most observant of our surroundings. Typically, should I begin to maybe look around? I'd be somewhat observant.
That probably would be a smart thing now, wouldn't it?
Well, I'll keep that in mind. And they just kind of got out of the shop right now. Are there like a few alleyways? Can I like look around a little bit?
Okay, so you're looking around for what? Sorry.
Just like in case anybody's eavesdropping.
You roll
Just out of
me a
curiosity.
perception.
Right. Whoop.
You're looking around. Nobody seems to be eavesdropping. The streets, it's still fairly well. Not as early in the morning as it used to be, considering you guys spent an hour bakery shopping. But you know, it's still fairly early in the morning. You do see people walking about in the hustle bustle of a major city tends to have. You see the average people wandering around, a few slaves. Nobody seems to be paying any of you much mind in particular.
All right.
At least in this area.
The coast is clear, but I'd almost like to say that it might be quite different later in the day and in the evening, and most importantly, the night.
That is true.
I'm just saying we might need an extra layer of caution.
I do want to talk to some, shall I say, associates of mine, see if I can't find out any more information on them.
Associates?
I'll just say associates for now.
Is there a reason we have to keep them secret?
Reasons, yes. Reasons I'm sharing. Not at this moment, I'll tell you later.
Alright, I'm just, I'll let you do business and whatnot, but I'm just concerned over, if we do have more clues and more leads, or if, in case something happens to you, we'd at least know where to look first.
I'll be wandering around the, what's it called now? What's it actually called? The more slummier part of town?
The slums?
No, is it literally just called? Okay.
That is the slummy part of town is called the slums. That is the generic term for a slummy part of town. There's no special term in the. No, there's no special district name for it. I mean, there are streets in the area, but it's just the slums. I did not give it a special name.
Okay. I'll just go and say I'll be wander around the slums a bit. Useful information could be found there. Often.
Oh, and where's it located?
Basically, number 18.
Okay, down. See ya.
Hey, don't worry. I know how to get myself out of spot trouble if worse comes to bear.
Will you be able to send a signal of favor?
If you see a lot of guards heading in a single direction, you probably know when something's been going off.
Oh dear. Well, I hope it doesn't come to that.
Just be safe.
Just be safe, yes.
I've done this before, don't worry about it.
I know, but I know one thing as a performer is that no matter how many times you've done a trick, you have to exercise the same amount of precaution.
Hey, don't worry. I know what I'm doing.
I hope
Thank
you
you for
do.
your concern. Thank you for the concern, though.
Those will probably be his last words.
You know I'm standing right here, right?
You think we should make a cookie in a memorial to him, eh? What?
Oh my goodness.
Well, Ozen here does have an
Um,
artistic hand. He could make his likeness into a cookie form.
Well, if these are going to be, and he's kind of like entertaining Effie in this scene, if this is going to be his last days, and he's going to go ahead and pull out of his box the Varick cookie. Here you go. Nice and fresh.
Thank you. And I'll just bite down on it.
Oh, by the way, if that does end up coming to happen, who will you leave your belongings to?
They're not exactly personal, so I guess... If I say you can have them, are you gonna try to get me killed?
Still concerned about that, aren't you?
A
I
little
would
bit.
never.
Can I tell if she's lying?
Roll me an insight check.
Oh.
This is
You don't know.
That doesn't make it any better.
No, it doesn't. I just look at her. I'll just like, if you'll promise not to try to get me killed, you can have my belongings.
Oh, that's wonderful. I wonder what you have on you.
I told you if you promise not to try to get me killed.
No, let's not jinx on his health.
Yes, Effie, just making 100% sure that you know this, but and he kind of like puts a hand kind of around / over Darcy and is just like, you see, kind of necessary for the safety of the mission and us as a team. You know that, right? Unless, of course, you were just joking, hopefully.
It gives you a smile.
I just look at those and I'm like, I appreciate everything you've done for me at this point.
I'll attend the funeral.
Alright, you don't have to go that far. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna be off doing my own work.
Fuck
Why
you
don't you
guys, I'm going home.
Don't lose your stuff.
Don't lose your head either.
I'll meet you guys back at the inn. Just try not to get into trouble, and I'll just start walking off.
Effie gives a delighted clap of her hands.
Suppose we should head off to the Swiftclaw family estate then, eh? What?
Darcy is just shaking his head as he leaves. Just like, I don't know what is going on here.
Terrible, terrible things.
Wonderful things. What are you talking about?
Well, they could be terribly wonderful.
Terribly wonderful. It's friendship.
Why terrible and terrific are so close.
So anyway, I guess we'll be splitting the party.
Again.
Oh my gosh.
I can't do my work with you people!
You
Have we
can.
not learned our lesson?
Ozen takes offense to that.
You are one of the reasons why I can't do it, because you got in trouble with the people I need to work with.
Well, it's not my fault they were dick bags.
Yeah, but it was your fault. Yeah, curb stomped one of them to the... Anyway, I had to pee. I'll be right back.
To be fair, well, you go take your pee break. Actually, we'll take everybody can take a pee break. I gotta take one too. We'll be back in 10 minutes, guys.
I need to obtain more crackers. I will be back.
Yeah, I gotta eat my dinner.
Please stand by.
So, in any case, as you guys get your stuff together, figure out your things, and gather your stuff, you split off from the party to do your to go do your separate things as you do what you do's. Who would like to go first? Are we going to take care of our secret underground stuff, or are we going to go up towards the Swiftclaw's estate?
I was about to say rock, paper, scissors. Realize I can see you.
Okay.
Roll
let's do this.
dice!
No. Rock, paper, scissors. write the first letter in the chat or in the sending in the game, and just press enter at the same time. That's how you do rock paper scissors on this.
Send it to a third party.
Well, no, you just type them in, and I say type in. Rock, type in your answer, and they go.
No, Chris, that makes too much sense.
Done!
Alright.
Well, I probably should have done that at the same time, right?
Alright. Alright. Ready?
Okay, I'll do the thing. All right, and then you guys post them. All right, get ready. Set, rock, paper, scissors.
I'm in the wrong chat. I was
Okay,
watching-
Darcy wins the paper. So Darcy, you get to pick. You going first?
They can go first if they want.
You
Wait,
won,
you
dude!
won!
You will.
You know what? We're going with you first. I'm deciding you won. We're doing you first. If you're gonna persist. So they can go if they want to go first. It defeats the. You're going first. So as you wander,
I love being the agent of chaos.
yeah. So you wander into the slum area as you do. It's still a little bit of a hubbub after what occurred yesterday. So what are you doing specifically at the slums here?
I am going to start looking for maybe a shady bar, probably a place where I could imagine shady business goes down. I'm trying to get a bit deeper into the underground here, besides just asking any old street urchin.
Hey, roll me an investigation at advantage.
Okay. Give me a second. Do you want this to be private or no?
No, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
At this point, they know what you're doing. You pretty much told them.
Yeah, Mr. Secret.
Investigation, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. God damn it!
So,
Ooh.
you search for hours, and you're like trying to find a slum. You finally think you found the right bar. Right, this is the bar. It's got like a flaming skull on it. You're positive this is the place to go into. This is the bar you're wanting to hit. You walk into it where you just see a bunch of men in like shirts going, "Hello," as you wander in.
Do I still have the suspicion that this is the right bar?
You know what? For shits and giggles, roll me an insight check.
Oh, god damn it! Why?
How could this happen to
No,
me?
You're pretty sure this is not the place full of cutthroat villains. You probably should have got it figured out from the name The Flaming Skull, but you thought that was just a badass bar name at the time.
I walk out. Can I find the fucker I've been talking to before?
Sure. I'll say you can find that old kind of decrepit guy once more.
Fuck, I should have just went to this guy first. Alright. I walk up to him, just kind of give him a little nod.
Yes. What is it? It's you again, my friend.
Hey.
Is there something you wish?
Just kind of wondering where a gentleman such as myself could go to find like-minded people.
Well, I mean, tours are rather expensive in the city, don't you know? He says as he kind of holds out his paw.
I'll slip him 3 gold.
Takes the pocket. Yeah, what you want to go is just down the streets, take 3 rights and left. It's called the Cross Daggers.
Thank you kindly.
You're quite welcome. Kind of hobbles off with 3 gold.
Alright, I'll head down that direction.
Head down and you come across where you see this looks like the type of place you're looking for. Dual daggers, very slummy things. It's kind of got that smoky bar feel to it. You stand outside, and after a couple minutes, you see one of that classic joke styles where the guy actually gets thrown through like there's a windowless window with no glass in it, and you kind of wonder why that's the case until 30 seconds later you realize why when someone is tossed through the opening.
Oh, rough landing. I'll walk in.
Inside you see what looks to be a very rough and tumble place. You see a very kind of scarred up people, tabaxis, lots of lizard folk, few humans and such, all walking around, playing card games, looking over. When you walk in, you get that uncomfortable silence you do with Lenny, like the old classic Western movie where everybody just turns and looks at you as you open the door.
Don't say a word. Just kind of put on my mean face. Head over to the bar. Sit down.
And you sit down next to the bartender. With the bartender, you see this one guy. It's this eye-patched, one-legged, eye-patched lizard man tending the bartender, and he's like looking down and cleaning glasses. Though he cleans glasses in a really weird way. You know how the old bar styles, they spit in a glass and clean it?
Mm-hmm.
This guy just puts his tongue in there, licks it clean, and then wipes it down.
Oh.
Why is there no normal people in the world anymore?
Welcome to a multicultural world. Normality is just what your species is.
Yep, alright.
Welcome to Zootopia.
Looking. I just kind of sit there. I'm just gonna wait for someone to... Just seeing if anyone's gonna interact with me first, or if I'm making the first move.
You sit there, the bartender after a few minutes goes, "How can I help you?"
First, two things. First, get me a small glass of scotch there. Second, I'm wondering if you know anyone who could help me with a certain project I've been working on.
Kind of wanders back, fills you a glass, goes, "Project?"
Hey, just looking to do a bit of shall I say shopping? As I take a sip from the glass.
Oh, shopping, is it?
Hey.
Particular merchandise you're looking for?
Oh, I'm just looking for something that I could pick up swift. Maybe that would fit in a crawl.
You have expensive taste.
Hey, I'm
that tends to cost an arm and a leg to those who don't know what they're doing.
Well, let's just say this isn't my first time around the block. As I continue sipping my glass.
Well, roll me a persuasion check.
Persuasion, you say? Persuasion.
Okay. He looks over to you, he's like, "I might be able to get you in contact with some folks who know something about that sort of thing.
Alright.
But, out of curiosity, what sort of coin are you looking for in the service?"
Oh, wait, can you say that again?
What sort of coin are you looking for this service?
Oh, how much am I looking to spend?
Yeah.
Oh, not too much. I'm just looking for a little bit of information. Let's say we put my upper limit around 40.
I could buy something basically for info. That should do nicely.
Wait, I've probably done this before. Is that like a good rate for info?
40 gold? Yeah, that's if that will get you some premium info generally. That's about what you'd be paying for a high-class family, because obviously, the more rich the family, the more valuable the info. And Swiftclaw is one of the most richest families in the entire city.
Got it. Okay. Hey, so your contacts around here, or how long am I waiting for this?
He looks at his looks outside. I think give it a couple of hours, and I'll get you a meeting set up.
Alright. By the way, I picked this up this morning, and I kind of put down the pork cake. Want a slice?
It's okay. I have my own
sure?
food to take care of. Oh, it's okay. But thank you for the offer, friend.
Ah, you've just been such a great host.
I'm certain.
I put my cake away. I'll just. How? What time is it right now? How?
Oh, it's well. Considering you spent a couple hours looking for the place, it's about 2 in the afternoon. I'll say 3 o'clock.
Alright. I'll just sit there for a little while, wait for them to come in. Do I have anyone who's eyeing me up at the moment?
Half the bar has been eyeing you up since you walked into the place.
Alright. Do I have the feeling that someone is eyeing me up more than normal?
Roll me an insight. Yeah, roll me a perception check, actually.
They're the same thing.
Okay. You do notice a couple of people are kind of eyeing you up very closely. A couple of tabaxi specifically are kind of eyeing you up.
Do any of them look familiar?
I mean, not particularly. I mean, there's only one tabaxi you would recognize instantly. It doesn't look like that tabaxi.
Alright. I'm just trying to make sure it's not the ones who I,
No, I figured.
You know.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know. I figured I know what tabaxis, but you can see a couple of tabaxis definitely eyeing you up.
Alright, I'll just keep minding my business.
Okay, and as you keep minding your business, you know what? I'm gonna cut off to the other party while you wait, since that's good. About 5 hours will pass before you get your worth of time passed for you due to that really bad investigation.
Motherfucker, just like... I should have gone to the guy first! I already have a guy in town, why don't I just go to him?
It's like, I don't know, man, you wanted to investigate.
I was just like, I just wasn't thinking about it.
Yeah.
Okay, over the
So the rest of the party wanders. It takes a while since the Swiftclaw State is very far to the north of the city, towards the northern wall. Is that big gray building up there that I've labeled? And you guys walk to it. You guys get to this area town, and you see this area town is ritzy as fuck. Right? You see very high class, lots of owned slaves, but slaves well dressed and well groomed. You see many of high-class, noble-looking families of various races and such. You get a different feel from this place than when you went to Gold Hand Estate. Gold Hand's estate seemed like new money. This place seems like old money. Right, this is a place where has been established wealth here.
This is like a royalty around.
Right? And you finally come up to what looks like this massive mansion. Just huge, hundreds of feet long, 3 stories. It is gigantic. Right? You're looking at like 300 feet long, another 100 to 200 feet wide, 3 stories, just big ass place. And as you watch up there, you see these 2 burly lizard men, kind of weapons in hand, kind of dressed in kind of proper gear, watch you enter and kind of go with these
Effie
grumbly
waves up at him.
voices. Effie just walks up to him and starts waving to these giant lizard men. What do you want?
That is a good question.
She'll turn to the group.
What do we want?
Audrey raises her hand. That is a good question. What do we want? And she looks over to Winchester.
I believe we were supposed to investigate something down here, I believe is what Mr. Darcy said. Hey, what? I believe he said there was something. I think he kind of looks over at the lizard man and kind of leans into Audrey, which is kind of funny because he's got to lean down like an extra 3 feet to reach her ear. I believe there was something about crooked dealings here. What?
Oh dear. Well, I'm not really the sneaky type, and she's just kind of sure how she goes about this, because otherwise I would have just asked them straight if they knew.
Mr. Ozen, do you have any ideas on what we should do? Hey, what? Judah, you're muted.
I'm so stupid! Oh my god!
I've done that. Okay.
I think you've been talking for a while, possibly?
Anyways. We need information.
Yes.
Obviously. We need to get in there, obviously. But this is kind of what ties me up. Last time, you were the one who found the lead for this, right, Audrey?
Actually, it was Mr. Darcy. but I suppose since we're here, well,
We are looking
information.
for information on unsavory things.
Well, this wouldn't be the first time that I bullshitted my way into something. Hi, yes. We are all here in terms of business.
Hello, we're here for business.
Unsavory dealings.
Depending on who you, depending on you are my spider friend. We simply would just happen to be a little bit curious about the things that go up on here.
My God, I'm just trying to think of how to react to this now.
You guys clearly don't know how to break into somewhere, do you?
No, this is why we. No.
The two lizard men look at you
And
very,
I'm dying.
very aggressively at the statement with unsavory business and figuring out what's going on around here. Winchester pipes up and goes, they are legitimate business people here, folks. What? Let me try. Winchester Director the Third here. We were hoping to perhaps inquire with your lord and master about some perhaps protection, hiring bodyguards and such. What? Extra muscle
Yes,
for the
indeed.
group.
You see,
Yes,
we
I
are
will-
kind of on a bit of a precarious mission, and we would need all the absolute help that we can get. And as far as things go, from what we've heard of this establishment, it might be of the utmost, would you say, efficiency if we were to go through with this.
It's kind of like, you see here, just like me, as you see, I can very much not a fighter, and I have Miss Miriam here, so wonderful. Say hi, Miss Miriam. And she kind of nudge.
I just keep gazes on the lizard folk.
See, Miss Miriam is very charming, and she's my bodyguard here, but unfortunately, we might need a little bit more. So, well, we know that you work in the traditional sense of guarding and all sorts of protection, so we were hoping to get a glimpse of that.
Okay, Audrey, roll me a persuasion check.
Oh dear.
Perhaps would it have been helped by my previous statements?
Okay, are you proficient with persuasion?
If I'm not, I'm gonna be kind of sad. No, unfortunately, I'm not.
And no assistance. You can make a separate roll, though.
Wait, you're a bard who's not proficient at persuasion?
Like, he already said it himself. He's not exactly the singy-dancy type.
Fair.
Okay, and Ozen, you can make a separate roll for your persuasion.
Don't fuck me, dice.
Okay, so Audrey, they're kind of looking at you like you're some crazy-ass human woman who's asking to come see their master after accusing them of unsavory business with your spider companion.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Forgive my friend. They have a bit of a, how would I put it, addiction to all forms of glucose on the surface of this wonderful earth that we all live on.
I don't even know what that means.
It's lots of sugar. See, look into her bag. She has plenty. Oh,
Do they want some sugar?
No, they absolutely do not. In
Here,
fact,
I
actually,
have
why
some
don't you?
sugar.
Why,
She'll hold out her back.
God damn
Why
it.
don't
I could make such a bad joke at this point, but I'm not going to.
I know.
Well,
Me too.
why don't you have? Why don't the two of you share your pastries while we talk? Me and Winchester and I talk to them. I feel like that might be most efficient.
At this point, as the two lizard men look at each other, brandishing their weapons, just a little thing, you hear a voice going, "Indeed, 1 moment, please." As you watch this human gentleman emerge from the place, very butlery style, very obviously a butler. "Hello, I am Jeremy. I am the butler of the house. You said you wish to speak with the masters?"
Hello!
Image.
Whoa!
What a handsome
What
man.
a well-dressed gentleman.
He's a dad.
Gozen, are you just eyeing this piece of man meat up and down, or what?
Man, I got a bar you would love.
Yes. Yeah, we would absolutely love to see the masters. Yeah.
By the way, Audrey, I'm gonna remind you of something just because I think you forgot again.
Oh, did I forget something?
You have paperwork! You're literally allowed to go anywhere!
Oh, right. Oh, yeah!
I was
including the
wondering what
palace.
key must have been missing. Like, I didn't think we would have this much trouble getting through.
Honestly, she probably would have forgotten too. Like, that's pretty canon of her. So.
Just for you to know, she has the ability to go up to the palace emperor himself to inquire. She has that much authority here.
Oh, I actually didn't know that. I thought I just had paperwork to just like, hey, I'm doing a research thing. So
You are under direct order from Owl Lord. That is, he is the right. You have the
I didn't know
permission
that.
of basically one of the most powerful people in the Empire has told you to sort this shit out.
Oh, that makes sense.
Might as well be a wondrous item.
I gave that to you so you could go where you needed to.
Oh. Would it make sense that Miriam would like know this and remind me
Miriam
of it?
would remind you. We'll say that's canon.
I'm so sorry.
If Darcy knew all of this was going down, he'd be shaking his head just going,
Part of this group now, boy. You ain't leaving.
there's a reason why Darcy's separated.
It's always a shame. So as Jeremy looks you all over, he's like, "May I ask your business with us?"
Sorry, recently just got done eating. As far as it goes, protection of the mission sort. He kind of like nudges Winchester a little bit. Help me out here.
Yes, sir. We are hoping to inquire about assisting some bodyguards and such. Something your master is the prime example of. What? And how much are you all willing to services required for payment of such things?
I have sweets.
Is there a
What's that?
payment plan?
Whatever is necessary. I have plenty of gold personally.
He looks you up and down in your torn and ragged clothing.
This is why we should have gotten the sewing kit sooner.
Elson kind of like backs away, kind of embarrassed.
I like to have gold, don't worry. I mean, I already have a bodyguard here, so, you know, I'd be able to help out with my friends as well.
She looks you up and down. So you are interested in hiring bodyguards? Well, I suppose.
Yes.
May I ask for what purpose?
Oh, we're on this mission, and, well, let's see here. And she's just very nervously looking at the others, and she's like, she wants to tell what she's there for, but she doesn't know if she's supposed to be sneaky or not.
You see, we are all on a little bit of an inquiry. You see, there have been some mischievous deals that have been going on within this town, and we all are on a bit of a task to get to the bottom of all of it.
Indeed.
For the sake of pure honesty,
Effie, are you just
Please.
shoving cakes inside the lizard men's mouths?
He is politely offering.
Oh,
The first one
God.
kind of gives you a dark kind of grimacy. He was the one with the grumbly voice. The other one kind of looks kind of sweeter and nicer and kind of politely takes one as he just kind of chews on it.
At least one humorous.
for the sake of brevity, but also complete honesty, we can't go 100% into all of the details as far as things go, but I should let you know that we have all the reason to. It's kind of what one would say to be a high-stress mission. Any other information we might need to disclose, it would have to be to the Master directly.
May I at least ask who has sent you on said mission?
Well, from your case, and kind of looks over towards Audrey, it would happen to be your employer, right?
Oh, right. You see, hello. My name is Audrey Cowley, and I'm a researcher from Owl's Tree. And well, yes, we have been sent here on direct business. And oh, wait. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yes, we were sent on direct, actual official business. Yes. Do you know Lord the Owl Lord?
At the sign of that, Jeremy's eyes go wide. Ozen, that's the first time you heard this. Owl Lord, just so you get some reference, is the second most powerful spellcaster in the world, only second to the God Emperor himself.
Wait, this would be the first time I've heard this? Or heard of him? Or like...
No, you've heard of him, but this is the first time you've heard Audrey mentioned she's working for the Owl Lord.
Okay, then let me just get back to me. Audrey, what?
Oh, that's right, I haven't told you yet. Yes, the Owl Lord is actually... He's my mentor.
Can we just give them the paperwork and move on?
There was paperwork.
Oh, that's so right! I have paperwork! Let's hear it.
Ozen's face looks like this torn just visage of just like anger, not anger, but like exasperation and just trying to keep composure. Like his eye is like beginning to twitch a little bit. He turned his face so the other guy doesn't see him. He's just like, what?
I'm so glad Darcy is not there right now.
You seem content to keep attempting to word your way in. Was I to stop you?
Well, actually, this is supposed to... This is technically a part of our investigation, Miss Miriam, so I guess... So oh, well, goodness, this is my fault. I should have remembered. Yes, I do have paperwork. Give me a moment. This is my notebook. Oh, that's another rock that I picked up from the road.
The third pocket.
Oh, right, it's the third pocket. Thank you.
Just turns back to the two lizard guards and the guy, and he just puts on his best smile.
You know what? For shits and giggles, just roll me a performance check, and I'm gonna make it a disadvantage due to that.
Can he get advantage as Effie is offering cakes to everyone?
Your performance check isn't to help him, it's just to see whether he can pull off a confident smile or if his frustration shows.
Oh!
Okay, no, you're doing okay. You pull off a confident smile, like you knew this shit all along. There's nothing to worry about, despite the back of your head going, I'm gonna fucking kill these idiots.
And so he misses his friend Darcy even more.
He fucking throws swords for a living, okay? Like, he knows how to put on a confident front.
So Jeremy takes the paperwork, kind of takes out like a pair of spectacles and kind of look and read over them, looks at the magical seal at the bottom, which, as far as anybody knows, is non-fakeable, goes, oh my. Well, of course you may come in. The master's in the sitting room. Please follow me.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
Just with his wife and daughter at the moment.
Oh, I hope we weren't disturbing too much. And she takes back the paperwork and puts them in the third pocket specifically.
From the left or the right?
Oh, she will try the left one.
Anyway, so Jeremy follows you guys in. Feel free to follow Jeremy if you want.
They follow, and Audrey's gonna just kind of shimmy up next to Ozen and be like, so am I supposed to be sneaky about this? Or can I just officially ask, the investigation things?
Well, for the sake of this, I would say that this isn't an actual guideline, but try to be as honest as you can without giving every single detail, unless absolutely necessary. Do you understand?
Oh, right.
If you need a guideline, just cough, okay?
Okay. We'll science, and I'm going to be honest, but also just give it just partial truth. Partial truth. I can handle that.
It's just a lab report. Think of it like that.
It's just a lab report. All right, and help, I will.
So as you guys move forward, you're also notice that moving through this house, this place is fancy as fuck. There's
wish I could
marble
see it.
statues. Hey man, you decide not to come here. Marble
No, I
statues.
meant like as a player, I can't see it.
Okay, can you see the pictures I blow up?
No, he's not here. He shouldn't see it.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, you're not here, so you'll have to get descriptions from everybody later.
I just wanted
Miriam,
to
what
see
was
it.
it like? It was
You see
Oh my
golden
God, I thought
pillows,
it was
you
a house.
see
I want to see
marble
it so I
Golden
can follow. I want to see it just so I can follow along better.
Power of imagination. As you guys look at it, you see all these amazing statues, things, a fountain in the center by the staircase. This place, if you gathered the amount here, is probably within the tens, if not hundreds of thousands worth of gold to build this place. It is
Fun.
just crazy rich.
Thousands to tens of thousands of platinum.
So you just hear like a knock on the doors. You guys come from the other side. You hear kind of like what sounds like a soft piano recital going on in the other room. And as you do so, Jeremy kind of just knocks gently on the door and says, "Sir, you have visitors? Apparently they have been sent from the Owl Lord." And to see this voice go, "Indeed, brings him in. Of course." And he moves aside and goes, "You may enter." And tells you to go through the door.
Thank you. I'll let you know if there's any other inquiries.
Oh yes, thank you for leading us through.
"It is my job." And he kind of wanders off. As you guys enter here, what you see is a fairly rich Drex Tabaxi man in a very classical outfit of Arabic sing, red Arabic long headband, red cloak, kind of like golden lace around a black robe, orange furred, and his wife, you assume, sitting next to him in a very Arabic pink-like dress style and a purple sash. So I'll blow up the husband for those who are here.
A fancy man.
And his wife.
Oh, she's so cute.
Playing the piano, on the other hand, and judging by the fact it's the only other tabaxi in the room, you assume is the daughter, but she looks really weird compared to the other two. Where they have very traditional orange clothing, she's wearing like very black, revealing clothing, and has dyed her fur pink.
What?
The other girls I see.
Going goth.
Hello.
Hello. Pounces on you.
Stop it.
Oh god.
Oh no.
Wait, I have a meme for this.
Standing there as well, though, with them, you see what looks to be this one very powerful-looking lizard man in kind of like a Romanesque spike armor, gold and platinum, vicious-looking, and just gives like a dark death glare. And you get the feeling that if any of you start anything, he will fuck you up.
Wait, if it what?
Oh, the big boy.
A lizard man?
Lizard man.
Jesus.
I love. I love all of them.
So as
Effie
you walk
will
over,
approach with an open bag of sweets.
Oh no.
So glad I'm not there.
wander right up towards the lord and lady of the house as you just walk over with an open bag of sweets while the lord kind of raises an eyebrow and his wife kind of looks at it. Have a very strange way of being, miss. Is this some sort of offering from your culture?
Oh no, not from my culture, but I like to share. I really like sweets. I think you would like them.
Thank you. She kind of hesitantly takes one of your donuts.
This is very squished.
She'll do the same to the gruff-looking guy too.
You walk over to this guy, and he just kind of has this really death glare at you. He's like,
Effie, you need to introduce yourself first before you go up to people.
You can't
no.
just give people sweets. They might.
As you do offer it, though, the big lizard man goes, Mistress, I don't know if I would eat that. We haven't checked it for poison.
Oh no, I would never poison it. Sweets
Frozen
make me
custard.
happy, and you seem very grumpy, so I figured they make you happy too.
You just see this vicious, like, crocodile, like, sneer across his face, and you just hear a growl. That is enough,
Audrey.
Thuzak. I am sure there is no
Have you ever
poison.
heard of the?
Wait, what?
Oh no, sorry. If you guys are, I was going to start something, but it's okay if you guys are still talking.
Okay,
Yeah, keep going.
As he goes, if you wish, Master Silver. And he will watch you all like an eagle. He is watching each and every one of you.
Oh god, does he have independent eye movements?
Kind
Does he
of.
accept any?
No, he does not accept a donut.
Aww.
Oh please, they are very delicious, are you sure?
I would not eat a donut you offered me, even if I was starving in the desert.
Oh, I have cakes too then.
Now, Miss Effie, he might have some glucose. Friends, be for now.
Hey, at this point, you just hear, in a very weird voice, so far every tabaxi you've had has had that very kind of specific accent you've come across, for the most part.
Oh no.
I swear, if you
I will leave this game right now.
I don't know what's gonna happen, but I'm ready.
I hope you guys guess, because it's great if you have, but you just look over at this pink bird tobacco and goes, for the love of God, Thozak, just take a damn donut!
Oh, come on, Valley Girl, really?
And finally, I'm back in California.
Come on, it's not like that bad. Oh my god.
Exactly. I just had, I went to the finest schools!
Nope, done.
wasn't
Goodbye.
as bad as I thought he was gonna do.
Thozak just turns to the Jew and goes, Mistress Flower, I don't need to eat something. Oh, just lighten up. Miss Spider Girl, I'll take one.
Oh,
I
that's
so hope she's a
wonderful.
vampire.
After you were offered.
So the goth.
Just
God.
I want to murder so bad. I want the excuse now. Just be like, hush, little vampire.
No!
She takes a dough and it's like, it's an apple fritter. That's my favorite.
God.
Oh, I got so many different flavors if you want more.
I better not eat too much. I think I watch my waistline. But thank you.
Where the fuck does she go to school?
California,
And,
Cali.
I'm curious, does anybody else have a specific look at her accent to be on a visual face?
Again, Ozen's met all sorts of people, but even
Valley
at
Girl?
this, I feel like Valley Girl belongs in the list of oddities that he's met.
Okay, for the sake of thing, the accent actually originally is a proper accent. It's kind of something picked up some people in the capital do to kind of sound hip.
Oh my
hate it.
god.
I hate
Would
it.
Audrey know
I-
this?
Yeah, Audrey would be aware of that fact.
Would she be able to imitate it at all? Like,
That's
given
up
that
to
she...
you. Given
knows
your charisma,
languages?
yeah, you probably are able to imitate it.
Yes!
Oh no.
No, Effie, oh, you're so kind, but you do have to need to introduce yourself first.
Oh, that's correct. Let me try again.
She'll walk back over.
Oh my god, hold on. Yes, there we go.
Effie will hold out her hand to the grumpy one, just be like,
Hello, my name is Effie.
Pardon her, she's learning it, but she actually came from the Greystone land, so she's learning etiquette, but she's
Oh my
very
god,
sweet.
you mentioned that fact!
Oh,
Wait. She's from the land of which we are warring with currently.
Actually, she's from the land of all the evil creatures that have fled to the north and have actually destroyed the land they're from. By the way, Ozen, first time hearing that as well!
Wait, first I'm hearing of the Grace. Oh no.
Of Effie being from the Greystone. Everybody knows the Greystone lands. It's where vampires, demons, evil drow, Duragar.
Basically, where everything horrible and terrible comes from.
And y'all trusted Audrey to go.
You see,
You
like
know-
for me, I'm a nervous laugher, but I will say that Ozen in this case, he's a nervous smiler. So his just those pearly whites just creep right back out, just like, huh.
But anyways,
You know,
as a
I think-
sign of that, you just see
Wait,
Thozak
wait,
whip
hold on.
out. Oh,
I have one joke to make.
okay.
Shoot.
I don't think Darcy has to worry about his sleep patterns anymore.
No!
You see Thozak whip out a long, dangerous-looking trident and kind of just steps between him and Effie. He goes, "Stay back. She might be a Greyland assassin."
Oh, no. And, Audrey will just kind of, like, very hurriedly shout over, please, okay, Effie, do you, now, am I gonna have to, she's just, can you please, just for a little while, you can stand by the door, you can stay by the ceiling if you want to wait.
Did I not
Once
do
again-
my introduction correctly?
Not just at
Effie,
the moment.
Ozen's gonna move in as well. Effie, simply not everybody has always a sweet tooth, and you know, for that sake, maybe he's just another individual that simply does not have a sweet tooth all the time, like
Oh.
some of us do.
Oh, I'm so sorry. She looks at the grumpy man. It's just like, my apologies. If I knew you hated sweets this much, I would not have offered.
He looks like he's about to ready to make a strike. When all of a
Ozen's
sudden
just smiling at him now, just like, please.
once again you hear a voice going, "Thozak, leave her alone. If she was an assassin, she wouldn't give us donuts. That's too kind for an assassin."
Oh yes, it'd be much more simpler to shoot through a window.
Darcy,
I can't! I can't!
I like to imagine you guys are all in prison somewhere, and Darcy's just sipping on some scotch, going like,
This is the mansion all over it. Fucking.
The wrong
what's his
party
face?
is getting
Cooper's
killed.
house.
You guys are worried about fucking Darcy.
Darcy's just
No!
sipping on some scotch. Just
You have entered a house full of brain killer mercenaries.
Audrey will step in between all of them. Hello,
And he still
anyways,
has a sweet smile on her face.
my name
Anyways.
is my name is Audrey Crowley. I'm from Owl's Tree. I'm here under direct orders of the Owl Lord. I have paperwork.
Thozak
Yes.
looks over at you and he's like literally just about to skewer Effie like a fucking fish with his trident. Looks over at you, grabs the paperwork from your hand, looks it down, reads it, and this with like a very kind of disappointed, angry snarl hands it back to goes, "These apparently are in order. Sit over there," and he points to the bench.
So yes, all right. And while passing by, Audrey, when she passes by assuming the daughter, she kind of leans over and says, like, "Thank you so much for, like, having our backs. So I promise we're not here to kill you."
Oh my god, you know the cool speech? That's
I
amazing!
I just love languages, so I picked up a little bit of dialect. But anyways, so we're on official business, so we'll talk
This only
later.
proves you can't be assassins, because no assassin would be that cool.
Oh,
I love
you're
your glasses.
lovely. Oh my god, thank you. I use them for reading all the time because my sight is like the worst. But anyways, I have to go to the bench now, so bye-bye. And
I
just
can feel
kinda-
Miriam's soul just disintegrate slowly.
Miriam hates everyone in this room, so this is just part of what she
Okay.
has to go through.
Everyone.
Yes, 100%.
What the hell?
Does Darcy seem better by comparison now?
No, you're all beneath me, and I should be somewhere else. Circumstances require I must be here. Were it not for that, I would not be.
I think Miriam in my way is my favorite, just by being always silent, like I fucking hate my lifestyle.
Mad worlds just repeatedly going through her head over and over again.
Faces.
Also, how tall is this lizard person, by the way?
He's about 7'8", 7.5 feet tall, so he's a little
Cool,
bigger
got
than
like-
Effie.
4 feet on me.
Effie will give his trident a little pat before he puts it away. I guess he's gonna put it away, or no?
He's put it back behind his back, yes.
Okay,
He
so yeah,
slung
she
it.
gave it a little pat before he did, and just like,
Oh, it's always so nice to meet people around these areas. It's so different from my lands. Everyone's so nice.
Ozen, he just looks
Ozen
at
just
you
noticed.
with this piercing death glare. He's like, "Go, sit."
Ozen just like snaps back to reality after like live dissociating while this stuff was happening, and he's just gonna make his way all the way back over and just promptly sit right next to Audrey.
She gives the seat next to her like a little pat, as if everything is fine. She's a little nervous, but not as nervous as she probably should be. But you know, she has a bodyguard. She has friends around. This is fine.
Meanwhile, Wilchester just, Effie, if you'd be so kind to join me. Hey, what? I would love another donut.
Oh, well, of course then.
Thank you. Ooh, Eclair. So anyways, you guys are now sat down willing to speak. Silver Spoon, the lord of the castle, and his wife Pearl on Sand look at you as their daughter Desert Flower continues to watch with his like look of like kind of like half dissociated interest. So you are on the lord from the our lord. What is
Oh,
your
yes.
business with me?
Well, you see, so we have caught word of the disappearances that unfortunately have been happening in this town, and so one of my supervisors, right under he sent me over as one of the official researchers to just sort of investigate what's been happening, and I was wondering if you could maybe give us a little input of, you know, what's been going on.
They kind of look at each other, a little confused by the rambled question, and the broad spoke of it. He goes, I am sorry, Miss Audrey. Could you perhaps be a little more specific with what is going on?
Oh, right. So, all that I've been told about is that people have gone missing, and supposedly there might be some magical means happening in this mode of operation. But the peculiar thing is that there seems to be no trace of people going missing, and
When you hear the phrase magical means, he kind of gives like a scoff at that phrase. Like magical means. Probably the work of that no-good dwarf. He
Dwarf?
runs Golden Hands.
ah,
As you start
What
to
did you-
recall, there is a very striking... they are business rivals.
sorry, I can't see the girls. Pearl
Pearl on
So-
sand.
Oh, can't see
Pearl
your name?
on sand.
I thought I
No, I see it, but it's just like cut off by the black. I'd have to
Oh,
like walk up.
there.
Oh,
That elf.
Pearl on. Oh, okay, yeah.
She
Thank-
curtsies before sitting back down.
How very proper.
But,
like- 5 minutes after you all got here.
So as you guys look at all this, and you see he seems to be that new worthless merchant opening his big store in the middle of our town.
Oh, that's
Nick, I
right.
think his name is.
Nick opening up the quote-unquote mall.
If you're looking for a strange magic, those fools are probably the ones you want.
Hmm.
I take it you don't like them.
They're bad for my work. Magic, pah, something that can be so easily circumvented by other magic. Warriors are the only thing worth protecting your home with. Steel and sword are so much more effective.
I take it you're not exactly a fan of the arcane arts, then. Well, just by chance, would you happen to know of anything that might be able to hypnotize a person and make them leave their home willingly? Have you ever seen any cases like that?
I know very little about such a thing. I'd like everybody to roll me a perception check, actually, real quick, too.
Perception?
Or insight?
Perception. This is
Okay.
for... I will backtrack to what's said.
Miriam, do as Miriam does.
Okay, so, Miriam, you notice, though, when they mention the Golden Hands Estates, you kind of hear, like, a sigh come from Flower. You get a weird feeling, too, that the sigh's kind of like... It's not like a sigh of anger or exhaust. There's something odd about the sigh she gave. You're not sure what it is.
Oh my god, she's fucking the dwarf!
Oh
Either that or
no.
somebody who got broke up with. Damn. Oh, forbidden love.
Forbidden love. With the nephew!
Bro!
Ah, fuck me.
Conspiracy.
Just to check, by the way, because I don't have my notes open right now. Golden Hand Estate was also the place where one of the victims was from, one of the richer victims,
That's where
right?
the nephew was
Yes.
taken.
Yeah. Okay.
I do have to wonder though, so, I don't mean to alarm you. What precautions would you take, against the happenings that have been going on as far as missing persons go? Now, I know, from what we've gathered so far is that the people who have been taken have gone up in rank, and if I do say so myself, you seem like one of the richest estates around this town.
The Swiftclaw family is one of the oldest estates in all of the area of Imperius. We have been around for years. Few have more wealth than us, except for the Sultan himself.
I see, and it's exemplified by this beautiful estate that you have here. Though I do worry, again, since people have been taken rank by rank, you know, if they're only going up by income, then I do worry something's going to happen here. And you obviously have many precautions, but what do you have against magic in the case that magic was being used?
As you say that, you look over and you see Thozak growl at your question. Are you implying I am unable to protect my masters?
I'm not implying that you're not able to protect your master. Very strong, but I am asking solely on an unbiased eye within science that anything within the realm is possible, and I simply would like to know what are your precautions. For your safety, obviously.
Our home is guarded by 30 warriors at all times. Do you think something could sneak in here and take over my home without us knowing?
Well, the other thing that we've found so far is that many of the victims have walked off on their own.
Yes, in fact, my sister was actually in a palace very much like your own, and I don't mean to alarm any fear within you all, but, you know, she was in the main palace, a place where anyone would have thought that she would have been protected, and...
When you say that, you just hear Desert Flower go, OMGs!
I so hope she's a vampire.
God.
I love her. I love her. I really do.
You can't have your victory on the other campaign, so you're hoping to have one here.
Pretty much, yeah. I need a win,
He's
alright?
so sad that your sister was taken. Is there anything I could do to help?
Well, in this particular case, it would be for the information and help that we could get here. I mean, no obligation here. I know that we are outsiders inside of this case, but as far as it goes, we could use all the help that we could possibly get with getting these innocents back home.
When you say that, Silver Spoon says, Flower, you will be silent for the moment. This is not your concern. But Daddy! Silence!
I'm debating on whether or not I hate her. Leaning towards yes, but given her circumstances, leaning towards no.
On the fence, then.
You will
Yes.
be quiet, Flower. This is not for your sake to discuss. She kind of gives a huff and crosses her arms and hits the piano with that bump sound.
Audrey jumps from the sudden.
Yeah, I was in
Noise.
cringes.
Oh no!
No!
No! Effie, come back!
So, Effie, you wander towards Desert Flower by the piano. What are you doing?
She just wants a copy and smacks her hand down on the keys. It's just like,
She kind of looks up at Effie and goes, "It's really therapeutic, don't you think?"
Oh yes, what a wonderful sound.
and she's gonna keep repeatedly pressing one key over.
Miss Effie, there's a time and place for music!
She's so charming.
She is, isn't she?
It's
Yeah,
like
yeah,
having
trust
a
me,
little puppy follow you around. Well, a giant 8-legged puppy, but a puppy nonetheless.
Leaning towards hating again.
Hardly articulate, but you should wait. Effie, please, could you be more charming down over here? Further away from the absolutely dashing lizard man who is currently brandishing their steel.
Very good call. You actually do notice he is once again Paul is trying it out.
Christ.
I could feel it.
In your soul.
Effie's still repeatedly pressing this key, looks at Oza, and she's like,
Oh, I'm not going near him. I'm just staying here.
My fear is that he will come near you. How about, in fact, and he brings out his lute, I could have you play with this later after we get out of here.
Oh, what is that?
Salute, and he plays like a small little pleasant tune.
I can't help it. You see Flower goes, oh my, how forward. He's letting her play with her lute.
He like
Leaning
looks
towards
around.
liking her again.
He like leans around Effie. Is just like, what do you mean forward?
Oh, you know, stripping your lute and all.
Darcy,
You know,
Darcy is
Oh,
sad this, but he's also glad he's not there.
Audrey's just kind of like half squinting.
Lord
Oh,
Silverspoon.
Oh!
Lord Silverspoon. So back to our business. I believe we still have a deal to make.
What is it you wish of my services, friend?
He goes ahead and like kind of softly elbows Audrey to continue with what's Audrey's pronouns actually?
She, her.
Okay, yeah. Just kind of like nudges her, just like continue.
Right. We just need general information. If you could keep an eye out, and obviously, take care to watch over your family, because I'd hate for anything to happen to them, and I mean that in the most sincere way possible. But if you do notice anything strange, if anyone close to you does walk out, seem like they're hypnotized, maybe give us a call. We're not pointing fingers, but we are trying to figure out what is causing this in the first place, in hopes of finding out the culprit, if there is one or many or others.
Very well. If I find out any information, I'll be sure to give you some notes on it.
Right. Well, if anything else, have you heard rumors? Do you have any? I know you have suspects, which are Nick of the mole creation and Mr. Goldhand of the Goldhand Estates. Do you have any other anything else, anything at all that may be able to help us?
I don't know. You could always speak to the Sultan, I suppose.
The Sultan. Would the Sultan know? Is he well versed in this case?
I do not know. I haven't spoken with him in a while. Ever since I was trying to arrange things with him.
Arrange? I'm assuming you were doing business.
Well, one might call it a business. Daddy, I told you already. Just kind of gives that grumble.
Audrey kind of tilts her head.
Actually, I'm curious. You said some stuff about gold hands, right?
Yes, and what do you wish to know about the dwarf?
Kind of like redirecting to like Chris's question is just like, can we actually talk about that? Are we allowed to talk about that? I think this is something that you guys may have learned before I joined the party.
It was.
It was.
It was, and I am thinking. I don't know. There's just like this little thing that's like, were we allowed to talk about it, or like, did he not want us to talk about it?
There
that
was
I'm trying to
nothing
remember.
about him saying you're not allowed to talk about his nephew.
Okay.
I
might be
think this
something else
might
I'm
help
thinking of.
in that case. Yeah.
If that's the case, would anybody like to segue off of what I was about to say to kind of get to that in that case?
I definitely don't remember what you just said.
Oh, no, he's
Yeah.
about to say something. It was for
Yeah,
the sake
you're-
of like bringing up gold hands, so yeah.
Yeah, continue. It'll come up naturally.
Okay.
Wait.
So from what I understand, so what you're saying is that he might very well be the source of this type of magic, given his more illustrious means of the arcane, and also given the fact that he's also a bit of a business rival. I take it that you clearly don't like him. But in this case, do you have any personal experiences with any of his magic that might be able to bring things up in that case?
I must admit, I know very little about his magical arts. All that I know is I do not like them. And nor do I trust them.
Well, if it's any insight, what we do know is that, given, of course, your business rival, so you know that you both work within the alarm system and guarding field general area, but his form of magic is really just to keep estates alerted if there were intruders, for example, or to keep, I suppose, to keep people in and out, to screen them through. Though, thing is, I'm not sure if Mr. Goldhand would be part of this, given that his own family has also been taken.
What do you mean?
So we have visited the Goldhands a few days ago. We were wondering about the lead and considering maybe he as well could have been a suspect, purely out of science, purely out of research and speculation. But his nephew actually was gone. I believe his nephew had been gone for. I'm guessing, was it a month? Oh no, I didn't write that down.
Yeah, it was about. He was one of the latest.
One of the late, like 2 weeks ago or something.
Yeah,
was it?
he was like a
I'm trying to
couple of
remember.
weeks ago. I want everybody to just roll me one more perception
Yeah,
check.
that's what I was looking for.
One more what?
Perception.
That was the reason I wanted to bring it up.
Oh,
Perception?
damn it, Audrey!
Oof.
14. I
Thank
just
you, Miriam.
so very rarely I get good percent. Like that's not even good. That's still 9.
Oh.
Hey, I'm gonna roll 1, 2 just for Winchester, since he is in the room.
Do I get advantage because I was specifically watching for her interaction?
You know what? I'll allow it. That makes sense. You were specifically looking for it.
24.
Nice.
Nice.
I was. That's why I wanted to bring it up, but I couldn't think of a way that Miriam
So
would bring
you
it up.
and Winchester both notice kind of like that little slack jaw, like gasp of air when you mentioned the nephew's gone missing. And with your 24, Miriam, you notice quickly after though, she kind of gives like a hand signal of like pointing to the back door.
Of like this back door here.
Who does?
Or like, is there a
Flower
different?
kind of gives you a kind of like more like the back. I should say back door, back of the house. Let's say.
Okay.
I misspoke. I meant
As
like
in,
the
like
back
she
of the
sees
house.
me do it. Like she sees me watching her and gives me
Yeah,
that.
then she kind of points to the back of the house.
She's giving
Alright.
you a signal to like talk later.
Yeah. I figured that out. I just wanted to make sure it was a specific thing to me, or if this was like to someone else she was doing it.
To you, she sees you
Yeah,
noticing her, and she's. What about Effie's got one of the highest perceptions, but hasn't rolled above like a 12.
Oh no!
It happens. It's the
I
worst.
know.
Oh, random. How have you guys been making these orange quotes here in the chat? Is
Oh,
that
you
a-
type
/me.
/me.
Oh.
You can also do /E. That's what I do.
Oh, and just for your sake, Zaku, if like at the very bottom, like where it says like sentence of as, you can click that and it can put it as Audrey instead.
Oh.
If you haven't
Okay.
already. Okay.
Yeah,
Wait,
you're just on
I hadn't been
Audrey.
paying attention.
Yeah, if you click
Good
the as
addition
thing,
to
you
the
can switch
chat
between
there,
Audrey and your
Darcy.
character to say when you're on your
Oh, yeah,
character,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
your character talking. That's how I always did
And
it.
I have a magic
Heck yeah.
radius thing for some reason. Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you.
Darcy's pooping.
Okay, so you guys are back, and so you catch that. Well, if the boy was taken, I suppose it could possibly not be him. Then again, I wouldn't put it past the slimy dwarf to pretend to have his nephew taken away to lay waste suspicion of him.
Of course. Though either way, whether he's part of it or not, God.
Oh god.
Am I missing something?
Discord, that just hit me. I don't know why
Okay. What was I saying? Oh yeah. Yeah. So whether he's a part of it or not, I don't know. At least for me, he seemed rather distraught about it. And honestly, if he were a part of it, I would like to think that that's. I would like to think that that sort of activity would have been able to easily trace.
As I said, I know very little about it. But in any case, I advise you to go looking there, I suppose. Or as I said, maybe perhaps mix that Tabaxi mage would know more. But I do not. As I said, my duty is mostly in the martial arts.
Of course. Well, we appreciate your help. Even the smallest bits really are assets to this case. So we will be around town for a little while. So if you do find anything, feel free to let the watch house know. We have come in contact with them too, to also just get a general idea of what's going on. You could have them relay to us if you can't find us personally. So thank you so much for having us at your house.
I'll find you down if I need your assistance then.
Sorry, could you say that again?
Jeremy will go get you if I learn anything.
Oh, perfect. Yes, and Mr. Jeremy is wonderful. He's been so kind.
He does a clap. And Jeremy walks in. Yes, sir. You may take our guests out now. They have been answered all their questions. As you guys get up and leave, you see Desert Flower kind of get up and she's like, "Oh, MG, I'm so tired. I'm gonna go take a nap, Daddy. Mommy, I'll see you later. Kisses." And she leaves the room.
Leading towards hatred.
I love her.
I think I realize what it is. Every time her father speaks, I like her more. Every time she speaks, I like her less.
It negates each other.
So you guys are let out. I will just. So you guys are let out of the house. Did you, Miram?
Yeah.
You're leaving the house. You're the only one who saw the hand signal.
I know. I'm going to. His name was Jeffrey or
Jeremy.
Jeremy. As he's leading us out, I'll look to him and say, there is one additional thing in purpose for the defense in hopes of negation of this. Could I survey the outside of the home?
I suppose, since you are under official orders from the Owl Lord, you will be allowed to do so. As Effie goes off into the dining room!
Oh no.
Excuse me, Effie? Effie, what are you doing here?
You see two of its lizard guard men take out their weapons as he just bursts into the dining table.
Effie? We need to keep going now. Don't you want me to teach you more songs on the lute?
Oh, yes,
Please?
I was just looking around.
You see, it would be more than able to look around if this was actually where we lived.
See,
kind of
Miss
turns
Effie.
around towards Groot. We're sorry. We'll be out on our way. Have a good rest of your day.
No, Miss Effie. Usually when you enter people's houses, it's rather rude to look around on your own terms unless they let you in first. Usually the culture here. So unless Jeremy in this house will allow us to go through, or any of the master of the house, then we have to stay in place.
Oh, my apologies then.
It's alright. You're learning.
And as Jeremy leaves, if you wish to survey the property, you are allowed to. For the moment, I have to return back to my duties.
Thank you, Mr. Jeremy.
You are
Yeah.
I
quite
hope you have a
welcome.
good day.
Thank you.
Goes back inside.
Sure. I'll kind of walk a bit of a distance just so the lizard guards can't hear.
So what's this about, the house?
The girl seemed to have an idea of something her parents may not have been sharing, or something she herself knew. Her reactions when asked by the... what's his name? Is, what not coming?
Pardon?
Mr. What?
Mr. What?
Mi-
What?
Oh, Winchester?
Winchester?
Winchester. Yes. I was trying.
I thought you were saying Mr. What, as in you couldn't remember his name, not what.
No,
what.
that's what
No, I was trying to say Mr. Anyway, I'll,
Yeah, Mr. Winchester. Yeah,
yeah.
For the
I
guy who
was
hates
trying to
hearing
have a
them.
reference. Also, the girl seems to have something she wishes to share with us in private.
Oh, that's actually a really good thing. Well, very smart, Miss. You lead the way.
Wait, what the hell?
I kind of look to all of them. This seemed like something she wanted to be quiet and unsuspicious about, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I was like, while I do not like the thought of it, it may be best if either it is just you and I, or me alone. The others, I kind of give like a glance of just judgmentally looking towards Ozin, Effie, and Winchester. It's would not be well suited to this.
Are you
Oh, I'm
implying
very
that I
good at
wouldn't
being
be,
sneaky.
as am I, both visually and socially?
I'm
Believe it or not, I'm
implying
actually
that-
quite stealthy myself, eh? What?
I'm
I'm
implying it off of the Owl Lord's notice, that of which does not totally apply to you three.
That's the point, eh? What?
I'm as
I
quiet
suppose.
as a spider.
I will
She's
leave
still
the option
strumming the
to
lute
you,
really loud.
Audrey, you can come with, or you could stay with them.
Well, I would like to know what's happening, and I like to think that we had a little connection, so maybe I can take some notes for you.
Just because I can't help but do this reference, and hey, I have to tell you what, I actually used to take ballet as a child, eh? What? And he does a little pirouette.
Very well.
That was like seeing a bookshelf turn.
Thank you.
I'm thoroughly impressed.
Can
It's
Effie try
very
to copy?
graceful, Mr. Winchester.
Can I
Effie's
try to
gonna
copy it?
Effie's gonna
As they're
copy it.
pirouetting, as they're,
I'm
as they're
actually trying to
twirling
figure out
around.
how an 8-legged creature does a pirouette.
I mean, he just has a very pointy
Skillfully.
leg, so
Yeah, it's like-
just lift the other legs up and...
Yeah, just
Zaku, can you make a visual aid?
There's a hippo and a spider lady pirouette together. As you
God,
pirouette
my
with it, goes, ha ha! Oh, jolly good fun, Miss Effie. Would you care to dance? And he does like a little leap.
So I'm gonna gesture for me and Audrey to leave. As they're
Fun fact,
like,
their dancing
slight-
has now fully gotten the attention of the two lizardmen guard.
Yep.
They don't even fucking notice you guys.
Yeah, I was gonna say I just start walking.
Audrey
Ozen
will
feels
follow
like-
behind just because she's already started walking. She's kind of trotting behind her to keep up.
Ozen like instinctually raises a hand in Audrey's direction before like putting his hand back down.
Just sort of like the wait, don't leave. No.
Exactly.
So
Instead,
sorry.
Ozen just kind of
Enjoy the dance party!
As you guys hear, you go, Miss Effie, would you like me to teach you the ballet? Hey, what?
Ozen's just
that's
gonna
so
sit down.
fun.
I was just sitting there in the fetal position, just rocking back and forth, just like how did I get here?
It is the creepiest version of Fantasia ever.
Oh, why? Now I have ballet dancing spiders in my brain.
Actually, while we're waiting, I would also like to learn that song I
Oh.
was playing earlier.
I suppose we'll stop before passing this window if the family's still in there.
Yeah,
And I'll
you
just
go
get
up
out
there
here.
and you look up there, and on the second-story house, you see a familiar pink furry head look out and wave down to you, and kind of gives you a head up as she like pulls out some blankets and climbs down to meet you.
Sure.
Sneaky.
Oh my goodness.
Audrey
She
gives
reaches
like
the-
a very silent wave, enthusiastic.
I'm so glad you guys got my message to meet me. Don't worry about that. I sneak out this way all the time for Mommy and Daddy.
Oh my goodness, you really have gone a ways down.
Well, you mean they don't really let me have much of a nightlife, so I kind of sneak out at night to enjoy myself. It's actually part of the
Ah.
reason I'm here to talk to you.
Oh, that's right. Is there anything that you'd be willing to share? And I understand, you're under watch of your parents, so I don't want you to get in trouble.
Well, to be frank, I mean, I was the last person I think to see dear little Grom before we got kidnapped.
Grom.
Grom and Gold Hands, the nephew.
She's referring to the
Oh! Grom, did I ever write down that name?
I don't know
Like,
if I ever told you his name.
I don't
I
think
might
you
not
did.
have, yeah.
Heck.
He just said his nephew. You didn't need to know that.
Okay.
But you can extrapolate when she says Grom
yeah.
Gold Hands. It's a pretty
Yeah.
Yeah.
1-1 there.
Oh boy.
Oh dear, I see. So have you been well, I'm just speculating just a little bit, but did you see him at night or something?
She kind of gives you kind of that playful, bashful look. Well, I don't really like to say, but me and Grom, we're totally in love.
Oh my goodness, how nice it is to be in adolescence, I understand.
I mean, Mommy and Daddy, of course, would never understand, but I just love them. He's so sweet and graceful. I just love his big red beard. And,
Mhm.
he says he just loves a woman with a lot of hair.
Oh, I see. So
Oh.
scandalous. Now,
Wait, can you say that again? I missed that.
are you sure you want to hear it again?
Yes.
He just loves a woman with a lot of hair.
Do you understand why he said it like
Yeah,
that?
no, I got it. Gotcha. No, makes sense.
We're all 12.
I'm dying.
Excuse me, I'm 13.
I'm just gonna say I have been so waiting to show Flower. I've been kind of excited to play this character for this gig.
I'm so happy for you.
So I'm glad you're enjoying Flower.
I can't wait to come back to the bar while Darcy's just getting murked by some guys.
Anyway, so you're talking to Flower as he's like, well, that's the thing, and honestly, when you said he went missing, that was the last night I saw him. I didn't realize he was kidnapped, though.
Do you recall, was he, you remember when we were talking about how victims were, walking away, did you see him just get up and go, or tell me what happened, how was he that night when you saw him, was he acting strangely, or did you smell
Well,
anything on him?
I mean, Well, I don't want to get into too much detail. We were having drinks, and we were,
Oh.
canoodling.
Oh.
But I mean, he seemed pretty normal when he left, which is why I was so shocked he didn't come meet me the next night. I was so angry at him. But now that he's been kidnapped, I feel horrible.
Oh, no, don't worry, dear. I mean, this is quite the big news. He only came here recently, as far as I knew, and he was possibly gonna help with the business and whatnot, but, it is very strange. His family is distraught as well. Do you know if he met up with anybody last, aside from you? Was he seeing some business partners? Did you meet anyone strange?
To be honest, I don't really know, but I just find it kind of weird, don't you? That, they seem to be targeting I mean, he's an odd target. It's like they want to start strife with my daddy. I mean, ever since this has been going on, my father has been a little more up in arms about him, and I'm guessing Mr. Goldhands is up in arms against us. I mean, it almost seems like someone's starting trouble.
Huh. That is a very interesting relation. That isn't out of the realm of possibility. After all, you do have one possible business rival coming up, which is that person building the wall. I mean, then again, that's more like a large marketplace. It's indoors for whatever reason. It's indoors, but and she just kind of keeps mumbling to herself possible outcomes of or causes and effects and whatnot. So you think someone could be starting up the rivalry? They're pitting your families against each other more. He was acting fine as far as you knew. Well, what time did you see him go? Was it very early in the morning before you left, or?
Well, I had to get back. We left at midnight because if I get home too late, me and Daddy might notice, and I have to be back in bed before they find out. Because if they ever found out about me and Crom, they'd blow a gasket.
Oh yes, I could only imagine.
And I mean, Daddy would literally just cough up hairballs.
Oh dear, now we wouldn't want that, now would we? Well, so there's nothing else you could tell. Maybe Miss May, what are the questions that maybe this could help out with?
You notice nothing strange with him? Is the two of you met?
Well, I mean, nothing really out of the ordinary.
Were any of the activities you took strange or altered in some way from what they usually are?
She kind of gives you that little Valley Girl look, and with the the finger tapping the chin. I don't really think so. No, I mean he was as attentive as ever.
Oh, actually, there are two things I want to know. So, I know this is an odd question, but did you happen to see any powder on him that kind of looks strange, like a pollen of sorts?
No, Grum doesn't usually wear makeup. He's naturally handsome.
Oh, of course. Another thing, you didn't happen to see a rat around, did you?
Rats? No, not really, and I tend to have a good eye for that sort of thing. It's a tabaxi thing.
Ah. Alright, oh, that's right, you do have the natural... Very good. I wonder, have you heard anyone else talk about strange rats that's been around town lately?
Strange rats?
Mm-hmm.
No, not particularly. Do you think rats is somehow involved in all of this?
Possibly. Like I said, anything is within the possibilities, and if it exists, then it might be the case.
Dirty little squeakers. If I found out they heard my Grom, I will just go ape!
Oh dear, well, let's not have that. I don't want... But, well, as I've told your parents, and as I will tell you, if you do hear about anything, please do tell us. We are trying to find all the people that are missing, and hopefully put this case to a close so you could see your Grom again, so you could do a little nibbling, but, just be careful.
And she's just gonna come up, thank you so much, and she's gonna give you a big hug.
Oh, it's no. Oh my goodness, you're so soft. And I love the color of your fur. So peculiar. Did you dye it or is this natural?
Oh, I dyed it, but the softness of the fur was thanks to Grom Grom. He had the best shampoo for his beard, and it really works well in tabaxi fur.
Oh goodness, yes, it's worked very well. Well, I'll let you go now, and do climb up there safely. Don't fall.
Oh, don't worry, I do this literally like every night. She just kind of like valet climbs up it, almost like gracefully. Just
Before she
Oh my
does,
goodness.
oh,
I just want to check. What locations did you go to with Grom Grom? Also, you said that he disappeared the night that you saw him, or the night after?
I would imagine it was the night I saw him, because he didn't come the next night for our drinks.
And the locations you went to?
The big one we were there that night would have been the Diamond Tab, the Diamond Tankard. I don't know why I can't say that in Valley Girl, but I couldn't.
The Diamond Tanker.
Yeah, the Diamond Tankard.
Diamond Tankard, and she's writing that down. Oh, right, Diamond Tankard. There's a name. Dwarf's spear, and she has a pink. Alright. Did any other questions, Miss Miriam? Oh wow!
I'm thinking. you gotta. it takes some time. You gotta give it. None that I can think of at the moment.
Yes, me neither. Neither. Then I suppose that is all the questions I have for you. Thank you so much, and Audrey takes flowers, both the flowers' hands into hers, and just kind of clasps it very gently. Just thank you so much, and we'll keep you updated if we find something. All right?
Of course, and like if you need anything else, just ask, and I will do everything I can. I have to help my Grom Grom.
Of course, and I appreciate it immensely. Now, go on now, go back upstairs. You can't have them find you here.
Of course, and you just watch her kind of like acrobatically this time, just climb up the rope like it's nothing. Generally, like how cats climb, just
Very skillful, that one.
Can I make a perception check right now just to see if, like, is she really able to do this without anyone noticing her? Weren't they just toting how great their non-magical security was?
Sure, roll me a perception check.
So
you look about, nobody seems to be noticing this area, but you kind of notice that there seems to be, like, one specific guard who usually guards that area that seems to be oddly distracted at the moment.
Like faking it distracted, or like he actually is distracted?
You're not positive.
Can I insight check and find out?
Sure, you rolled insight.
16.
Yeah, it looks like he's distracted. Almost look trance-ish. And part of you begins to think there might be more to Flower than just a Valley Girl. You don't know what she went to school for, suddenly you realize.
I mean, I assumed. I didn't think she was actually like an enchanter, though.
Unbridled debauchery.
No, she's a drug dealer. She went to school for chemistry.
Oh yeah.
Audrey will notice that.
But you notice when she goes up and disappears, and the rope goes up, though, you just see the guy kind of shake his head and go.
Audrey will notice what Miriam is staring at and kind of tilt her head, and then she'll notice the sudden change. Could she also maybe do an arcana check?
Yeah, you can roll me an arcana check.
Yay!
Someone's been. Oh my god.
Oh wait, motherfucker, my thing.
Well, you rolled a nat 1. I always take the first roll.
Yeah.
So you roll a nat 1. So you look at it as like, that's weird. You don't know what was wrong with that guy.
This isn't, by the way, this isn't like how the look he had was something like a regular, how most people would look when affected by enchanting magic, right? This isn't like how they were describing how Goldhand's nephew was, right?
It kind of looked like like he wasn't like walking off in a daze. It was kind of looked like he was kind of staring at something weirdly.
Okay, yeah, but not
It doesn't seem like the zombie-like effect that you were described. No, it doesn't. It does
we
not
don't want to
strike
spend
you.
the entire next session trying to kill Flower, except Michael does.
Michael, you got something to say to that? Because I know you're thinking it.
Still on the fence. Thinking about it. Just thinking. I can tell you what, though. I'm gonna rob this bitch blind.
With that, I'm gonna head back.
Gonna follow.
Are they still outside dancing?
Actually, while all that was happening, Evie did have a question for Ozan.
Fuck off.
Hello?
Delete that video, Judah.
Gold! It's gold!
I know it, I've seen it. You don't gotta tell me what's it about.
What is it?
Please,
It's a
give me
dumb,
God, this video.
dumb source filmmaker thing.
Oh god.
What the fuck is this?
This is so not Cash Money.
What is this?
God damn it.
Just watch it. Just watch it.
I have been. It's
Oh,
ridiculous.
why does it have the Kingdom Hearts 1 battle music?
Because it's just as intense.
Well, in any case, guys, you had a question for
But yeah,
Ozan.
the question?
Yeah,
What the
during
fuck was that?
during that break, Effie turns to Ozan and is like,
Oh, by the way, I was curious about that song you were making me play on your lute.
Oh, it's just, I guess, a small lullaby. My mother used to play it for me, but, you know, family's a little bit complicated. I never actually learned the name.
What is it called?
Oh, no, I don't really know the name.
Oh.
It's a simple
Well.
and pleasant melody. It's just, never cared to find it out. There's not exactly a compendium of music, really, anywhere.
Would you mind playing it step by step, so I could memorize it?
and Effie will take out a flute from her bag.
Well, all right. Should I do like a performance roll?
Sure.
Let's see.
She's gonna basically like go super slow with him, note by note, to see if she can get it.
All right. It's gonna be embarrassing as fuck if I get low on such a simple melody, but
I'll give you
fine.
advantage too, just because it is a song that you have played your whole life by canon. So,
Okay.
okay, so you play it well. Effie, roll me a performance check to see if you can try to play along.
Performance or my flute tool, which I'm proficient in.
If you're trying to play with your flute, then I guess you can play with the flute, but it's still a charisma-based check.
Yeah, I just mean with proficiency. I
You
get
got your
it. I don't have it
proficiency
with
with your flute,
performance.
yeah. You kind of muddle along with it. I mean, you're by no means the mastery of Ozan, but you kind of keep yourself playing, and it seems to be okay. It's really good then. Yeah,
It's like maybe kind of when Ozan was playing it, he kind of like added a little bit of like the actual like chorus to the song and whatnot. Like the kind of played the bass line in the lead.
I
So,
mean, as far as
like, he kinda
memorizing
slows
goes,
it
I mean,
down.
you got the kind of general gist of it. You probably have to keep practicing for a while before it becomes just down to pure memory.
Oh, that's delightful. I will be sure to keep practicing.
You're doing real well. As for this is just kind of random, but are you and Darcy okay?
A long pause, and then just like,
Whatever do you mean?
Well, I've just, been spectating a little bit on some of your conversations. Not eavesdropping or anything, it's just you guys really don't hide these, so to speak. I was just wondering if maybe there was some sort of contention between the two of you all. Just wondering.
Well, you are a very nice person, so I don't mind sharing. That night when the two of you were talking, I happened to be eavesdropping, and I heard a few things.
I was wondering why you were so quiet when you were enjoying chocolate. I know that's unlike you.
Oh, yes. I mean, it does not leave a very good feeling when people say that they want to change you, because that implies there's something wrong with you.
Oh. I'm sure... He kind of like looks down a little bit. I'm not sure if he exactly meant it like that. Not trying to necessarily defend him or anything. You know, I was there when he said what he said, but the Darcy that I at least have gotten to meet and know, and there's still definitely secrets that quite aren't there. I'm not entirely sure if his sayings were malicious. I would talk to him about that when you ever get the chance. I'm sure he would be able to clear it up. I take it he hurt your feelings.
I suppose that is this unsettling feeling, yes.
Yes, well, I mean, I would hint and help towards Darcy whenever I get the chance, but I think it might be better if, you know, you were to take the time, preferably when you're not handing out sweets or practicing this song, you know, maybe later tonight, that maybe you should talk to him about it. I'm sure he didn't mean anything by it. Or at least to be mean. It would be good to clear up a little bit.
Well, I don't know. Back when I was living with my grandfather, he would often tell me that outsiders will probably always think that I'm a little strange, but that strangeness is unique, and unique is good.
It
and
is.
If someone is not willing to accept that, then they are not worth my time.
I can't necessarily disagree with that, but, If you... Go ahead.
I was only going to say, I know that to a lot of people, I'm very off, even to my grandfather, but he praised it more than the way that people out here treat it. But even so, I'm still a living, breathing creature. I bleed when I get hurt.
Very much so. Thank you for this, actually. That was insightful. But, it's entirely up to you. I'll help wherever I can, because I completely understand, especially with what you have told me, that it can definitely be personal as to you, but maybe this is from my own past, but I would hate to have any derisiveness in between the two of you. I understand if it cannot be helped, but where I'm from, at least, any and all conversation can go a long way. And who knows, if you don't, may not exactly be the most large or strong, but if I absolutely do need to, and he'll kind of give her like a playful wink, I'll be glad to rough him up for you if I absolutely have to. I probably won't succeed, but I'll definitely try.
Oh, it is nice to know that you'd be willing to bloody a person for me. I've always wished for a companion like that.
Yes, bloody, that is...
As Winchester comes over with another pirouette by, he goes, "What are you all talking about over here, eh? What?
Nothing, just... I will say, as I said before, never change, Effie. And he'll go ahead and kind of begin to, like, mindlessly strum about on his lute.
Did you mindlessly...
Effie gives... There's always that, like, kind of calm, casual smile that's on her face, but she kind of gives more of a actual happy one that kind of meets her eyes rather than just like the dead stare,
Mm.
and gives a little nod.
So as you guys
Nice.
finish having your nice little chat, and the others return from their chat, you guys finished up here, I'm taking it?
Yeah.
Okay, where do you want to go afterwards?
I'd like to see where Darcy's going. this
Yeah,
far.
he said he'll meet us back at the inn.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Don't
Back
worry,
there.
Darcy's next. I just want to know where you guys are going before we get to before I transition to Darcy. So if I have to do something, I can get it ready.
Sewing kit.
Sewing kit. Okay, so you guys
Oh,
have
yeah.
the sewing kit.
Oh,
so-
right. Oh, yeah. It's just like I wasn't kind of like for a moment. He just like stops in the middle of it, thinks back towards that man, and like locks eyes with Effie. It's just like I need to get these clothes patched up immediately.
Oh, that's right.
Taken care of.
Thank you. I do not want to embarrass myself in front of someone like that ever again. Ugh.
You were embarrassed?
100%. That was absolutely a disaster. Ugh.
Yeah, I like to
Why?
think you did rather well, though.
Well,
Very smart.
yes, maybe on a floor, basic social sense, but he was over there looking about the same expenses as that entire manor, and I was over here looking like the trash that they took out just today.
Oh dear.
That was...
Well, if anything, it's a bit out of context, but I hope you know that we don't think of you that way.
Oh, no, I mean, purely from a presentation standpoint.
Of course, yes.
Yeah, but thank you nonetheless. It's just... I shouldn't even be worrying about this anyway. I'm probably just agitated from the breeze that continuously hits my side, because there's nothing there.
Oh goodness, your side is completely exposed. How did I know?
Don't worry about it.
Are you? Did you actually get hurt? Are you right?
Oh no, I'm completely fine. Everything's healed. It's just, I've been
Just
on...
a bit of a scuffle.
Just the scuffles from before that I've told you about, and, just wear and tear. These clothes are made for performance, and usually can, for the most part, are expensive, and amongst other things, when you get into scuffles and other things.
Yes.
I am a mess and I need a bath.
It's a shame that I didn't learn mending, did it? Well, it's all right. We're gonna head to the marketplace. We still have some time left. I'm assuming Mr. Darcy's still doing his secrety things, so we'll meet him back at the inn soon.
Oh yes, definitely.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
As you guys head off back towards the go pick up sewing kit, Darcy! To be fair, now you get a map nobody else can see.
Hey, I like this, but that also makes me afraid because that might mean combat.
Time to meme.
Come on, man, I threw up a map on
Sounds
literally
lame.
everything. Did you think I wouldn't be building one as soon as you went to this inn?
Fair.
By the way, this is more or less your barkeep.
Ooh,
I love him.
I like his peg leg.
Wait.
It's a crab leg.
What? Huh? I love it! He has a really small and very realistic head.
He just has this tiny head. It's just hanging out low.
Afraid.
Man, I want you to blow up all these NPCs just so everyone's just like, what are they missing?
Well,
Oh, boy.
I'll blow up a couple of choice ones. There's a dwarf drinking at a bar.
I love. He has such a kind face. What the fuck?
Ooh, what about this one? I have a feeling this is gonna be the guy to kill me.
Some good eyes.
Do you mean the Tabaxi thieves? There's tons of
Oh,
them.
so cute!
Yep. I think that guy's probably gonna try to kill me.
Woo!
These guys are standing at the bars as well, though.
I love that.
Ooh,
Look at those
they got a lot of fun things I could play with.
There's a joke to
Darcy's
be
gonna
made
looking
there.
at you.
There's a couple Duragars as well, like these guys.
Ooh.
I love!
There's a couple
It's
of
like me.
female orcs there.
Oh, she's so soft and frog!
Man, these are my people.
My brain's turning to mush.
I know, say, oh, wife. Hello. Step on both of us.
I never. Listen, Darcy never feels as safe as when he knows everyone in this room would stab him in the back if given the opportunity.
Couple basic
That's
Yantis
hot.
sitting around.
Oh, hello.
Okay, now that's just unnecessary.
That is an
What
actual
do you
picture
mean
from the
that's
monster
not-
manual.
That is
Yeah,
the
I
actual
know.
picture for the monster manual. And finally, just because there is just one single Kenku just sitting at the bar looking.
Yes, the Kenku return.
Fucking love Kenku. God, I love him.
Oh, fun.
So anyways, Darcy, as you're drinking down there, the bartender is there serving you your drinks.
I'll probably switch to a cheaper bottled mead or something like that at this
Yeah.
point.
As you keep drinking, he goes, "So tell me, friend, why are you after our way of looking for things?
Can you say that again?
Why are you so interested in the Swift Claws?"
Let's just say I'm more of a... I like to do some shopping and I like to wander about when I do it.
Of course.
Move from place to place. That sort of feel.
You been in the city long then?
A few days. Not much longer than that, though.
Oh, fair enough.
Scoping it out, so to speak.
Oh, very good. Would you like another drink?
I should probably back off for now until I get to my meet with my informants here.
Oh, of course. I think they'll be here any minute now.
By the way, I'm still keeping an eye out for anyone who like approaches me.
Yep, you're keeping your eye out. As I said, there's the Tabaxis have been looking at you specifically, but for the most part, you're nobody's made a move on you.
Got it.
After sitting around for about an hour or two, you finally do see this one thief man enter the room. Bit odd looking. Give me 1 second. I do have a picture for this. I just gotta find it. It's a bit of an odd looking man. Human, definitely a human. A bit of a best way to describe it. Bit rough and tumble, perhaps. He's been through life. Kind of got a sleazy thing. He's got like the Tabaxi kind of Arabic dress to him still. Yeah, we'll blow him up. I found him. Darker skin. Black clothing.
Alright.
What a fancy.
As he walks up and says, "Ah, my friend, you must be the one who was looking for some assistance," as he sits down next to you.
Alright. I'm keeping an eye on this. I'm just gonna keep an eye on this guy and just be aware of my surroundings while I talk to him. But I'm just gonna say to him, "Hey, yes, I assume you know a little bit about where I'm planning on doing some shopping today."
I
Or
heard
tomorrow.
you were planning to go to the Swiftclaw estate for shopping, was it?
Aye, I heard that they got many fine goods in there.
Dangerous business up there, I might have to warn you.
Aye, but dangerous business is kind of my strong suit, shall we say. Now, I got a question for you, though.
Of course.
I'm not necessarily interested in their odds and ends and trinkets and whatnot. I'm more interested about their, shall I say, files.
Their files? Very
Hey.
curious.
Well, rob a place once, say, increase their security. Get a little dirt on them. They're like putty in your hands.
Indeed, I suppose that is true. But, so it's blackmail is your sort of, shopping, is it?
If if Dylan was here, I would. I look at him and say, I wouldn't necessarily say blackmail, but I'd say just a little something to. Oh, I just like to make sure that I know a little bit more about, shall we say, business associates in the future business associates.
Ah, I see what you're looking for. You're hoping to business associates.
Well,
See-
you know what I mean.
Oh,
I
I
give
do.
him a wink.
I figured. Oh, very good. I mean, after all, they must have a good way of finding things out. So,
Aye.
what sort of information are you looking to purchase from dear old Jamal?
Well, Jamal, I do have to wonder a few things. First off, just general info. I heard they're doing some things the guards would rather not know about. Any idea what that might be?
Things with the guards they'd rather not know about. Well, you mean the guards wouldn't rather know, or the...
The Swiftclaws wouldn't want the guards to know.
I see, the Swift guards wouldn't know that the guards to know. Nothing in too much particulars, but I figure that, they maybe, seem to buff up their security of late. You mean the, Sultan's been rather upset with them lately, you see.
Oh, do go on.
Well, obviously you, have heard of, Claw. And you would have heard of Claw. Claw is the leader, one of the main leaders of the Rat Snakes Guild. The youngest
Right.
member. She's basically known for banditry.
Alright. I say, yeah, I've heard of Claw.
She's been hitting the, supplies of the, Sultan quite a lot lately, stealing quite a lot of merchandise. And the Emperor blames his lack of cowardly guards for this. Guards he has hired, I must say, from the Swiftclaw state.
So you're saying the Swiftclaws men aren't up to snuff, or do you think they're purposely taking breaks when they shouldn't be?
Hard to say. Nothing I could prove one way or the other, obviously.
Alright. Now, I do have to wonder though. What is their building like? Like, do you happen to have floor plans by any chance, or know what the guards' routes are tend to be?
Things like that are very expensive, my friend.
Alright, mate. What are we talking about?
I'd say at least 200 gold.
Ew!
Yeah, man, you're trying to get floor plans
Me too.
to a $1 million home kind of thing.
Fair. Well, I don't have that kind of money on me, but say while I'm in there, if I get something for you, something well worth your while, would you consider making a deal?
I suppose it might be possible. What sort of remunerations are you looking for to take from me in there?
Oh, I don't know. I kinda gotta work on a budget here, and I still have a few other things I need to get. We'll talk about that in a minute.
Tell
But
me,
first,
Mr. What was your name again? Sorry.
call me Broman.
Broman! Well, how long have you been in this city, Broman?
Like I said, few days.
Yes. Well, Mr. Broman, interesting fact that you'd wish to hit such an elaborate home within your first few days. You do shoot rather high.
Hey, hit 'em and leave.
I suppose that's decent business practice. But you can roll me a persuasion check right now, Darcy, for your earlier suggestion. Okay, it looks at you, rubs his chin. I suppose. How much gold are you willing to pay up front for the extra favor? Because obviously, I can't trust you just to do this alone. If you get caught, then I'm with nothing.
Well, I just need a copy of it so I can write it down and then get the original back to you. So
You
there's
do
not really
realize, though, the copy is the money.
much. Yeah, fair enough. And about, shall we say 50 for now?
75.
Alright. Let me think on that for a minute, but first I want to see if I can't get anything else, if you know anything else before I make that purchase.
Very good.
Now, I'm curious. Obviously, floor plans are great and all, but they're not much use if I don't know who's around where at what times.
You wish to purchase their guard roots?
If you have them. It's not.
Unfortunately,
it's never
the house estates are rather too clever for such obvious flaws. They tend to keep their roots random to avoid such things. We've tried before, but they seem to be rather erratic.
Alright then. No patterns, no nothing.
Hard to say. They tend to switch every between 3 to 5 hours is the best we could gather for the pattern. For guard shifts, they do only switch the one guard shift at a time. They're very cautious.
Hey, that makes things difficult.
Indeed, as we said, not a place for beginners, my friend. On the other hand, if you're looking for some more easier targets, perhaps I could give you a hand with that.
No, Swift Cruiser will do. I just need to... Like I said, I'm not looking to walk out of there with their safe. I'm looking to walk out of there with some papers.
Oh, very good.
Maybe, do you happen to know a way for me to get in under a more, shall I say, legal sort of means? Little undercover work?
I don't really do much of the espionage training, and he looks you up and down, and you don't look like the normal sort of guard in the area, if you don't mind me saying.
I mean, that's fair. I'm actually part of the Mercenaries Guild. Traveller. It's kind of my cover, shall I say. Way to get from town to town, and the guards ask why. I just point to them.
I see, very good.
I like to think it's a good cover.
Indeed. Well, my friend, I suppose if you give me a day or two, I might be able to give you some more information on it. As I said, it's not as if I had everything ready on me here anyways.
Well, of course, you got to know what I'm looking for to help me out.
Exactly. If you wish to meet back in, let's say 2 days, we could discuss prices and other such areas. I could see what I could find and perhaps give you a more legal route into this town.
Sir, I think that sounds like a great deal. Out of curiosity, though, just for your rough ball estimate of getting a legal, air quotes there, route in, what would that cost me?
It depends how difficult the task is, of course, but I would say at least 100 gold, depending on what I have to do.
Alright.
Shall we toast on
We'll
it?
just... Sure. And I take out one of my water skins.
He kind of looks at you. Water, my friend. You insult me.
I don't drink on the job.
He looks over at your empty fucking whiskey glass.
Wasn't on the job.
I see. It is rather still traditional to drink real drink of men when making a deal. You do not.
Can I tell if
me-
he's bullshitting me right now?
Roll me an insight.
Yeah, boy. I hope I roll well.
You have no clue.
Oh dear.
But you gather, it could be... I mean, you've heard of these kind of traditions with other thieves' guilds where you're supposed to drink on the job. Or drink in a seal a contract. But you have no idea whether he's one of them or not.
Alright. Sure. And I look to the bartender. A shot for me and my friend here.
Of course. And he makes you both a drink and hands it to her.
Do I notice him slip anything in those drinks?
Roll me a perception check.
Does it?
Perception. Nice.
Not again.
Oh no.
You look all good, man. You have absolutely no reason to suspect anything.
Alright.
What's that purple swirly stuff in there, huh?
It's grape flavoring.
Yeah.
It's Kool-Aid. It's fine.
to a profitable business venture.
Indeed. Cheers.
Cheers. Clink.
Clink glasses, you drink. And
Roll
darkness
for
saves ya.
arsenic.
Oh, the world went black for me. That's
Yep.
not a good sign.
It's just like the cabin.
As he fades away, he thinks of all of his friends saying that, hey, going off on your own was a bad idea.
Question. I was about to ask, do I feel anything strange as I am drinking this? Because
You
I'm
drank it,
prepared.
and it was straight up a sleep spell ability. Just knocked you the fuck out.
I don't get a save or anything?
There's no save. It's a hit point thing.
Yeah.
I have 36 hit points.
Yep,
Wait, you
not
were
enough,
asleep.
man. They got some powerful shit. This is an established thieves guild.
Motherfucker.
Your big mistake was reminding them that I'm in the mercenaries guild. And he's like, that's where I saw
Wait,
that
what?
face.
You cut off.
You said mercenaries guild.
Hey,
Uh,
it's my cover story.
Yep. And there's been a particular person wandering around with a hippo man that just recently had an altercation with their guild.
Hey, I wasn't part of that.
oh.
But the hippo man was, and they saw you.
Oofy.
Oops. Big oof.
Back with the rest of the party.
We'll have no idea.
Can't give a signal.
Oh no, we're
Ask
gonna
for help.
starting off trying to find. Oh no. Oh no.
We're here on a mission to find other people, man.
I've been sitting here waiting all session for this.
Damn it.
Man, you had the right idea though, but
Oh
Good.
man.
So you guys go to pick up your sewing gear.
Sewing and then the inn.
I'm gonna go pee.
Oh, sorry, this
Oh
is so
my God.
ballsy to go. Yep, I got a cover story. I mentioned that to him last week, too. It's like, don't forget, you have been seen with a party of very obvious people with a spider lady and a GIF.
Dude, I've been working on calc all week, alright? My brain's fried at the moment.
It's fair.
I'm barely here.
walking around with a centaur and a
Well,
dragon.
that's what you get for being hungover when you go to a thieves guild.
Listen, I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries, man. So the rest of you go wander off. God, this is great. Wandering off towards the sewing kit. You pick up your sewing kit. We're not going to RP that. It's a quick pickup job. I did not build a fucking seamstress shop for you guys just for that. You pick up some needle and thread easily enough. Cost you a copper to fix the clothing.
Alright, as we're walking back, Effie's like gesturing for Ozan to hand over the shirts for her to work on first.
Oh, right. Okay. He just goes ahead and kind of like he's like getting ready to take it off, but like his elbow and like his arms like keep on like accidentally sticking out of holes that have been like torn through like the clothing, and it like each time you just get like a small like whimper of disappointment. It's just like it's the fabric, and eventually
be
kind of comes
careful.
off.
Oh dear. Oh wait. Should we be doing this out in?
Oh, it's fine.
Effie starts sewing.
I mean,
While
as
you're
long as
walking?
it's, you know.
Yeah.
Just
Roll
like,
me!
you're walking around shirtless.
No,
I mean, that's not a problem.
Yeah.
Because as far as it goes, you know, typically a lot of the things that he does actually does require sometimes him just not wearing much. So
It's not like
Oh,
an
okay.
uncommon thing. You saw the you saw the
Oh, yeah,
OT.
we're in
There
a
are
desert.
shirtless people
I'm back.
all the time. Yeah.
Okay.
Fixing the shirt up. Just roll me straight dex, since you're not proficient with sewing tools.
What'd I miss?
Dweeby.
Shirtless Ozan.
Dex, you said?
shirtless
Yeah,
Ozan.
straight dex that you're not proficient with sewing tools. Okay, you do a good job fixing up the shirt.
I take that having 8 legs kind of keeps the bumpiness from getting in your way.
Oh, yes, it does help a lot.
She does walk very smoothly. It's just like gliding, isn't it?
Almost, yeah.
Did you
Thank you so much
notice?
for doing this for me, by the way.
Oh, it is no problem. I'm happy to help.
Did I notice what?
Oh no, just in response to the walking. I'm My footsteps are very quiet as well, but that's mostly due to the environment I grew up in.
Of course, and after all, as you said, you are a
Sorry, you cut off.
heck. As you said, you are as quiet as a spider, and it is rather interesting.
True, definitely. It's whole, I guess, conservation of mass type thing. Definitely, you are large, but as far as it goes, you are extremely silent.
Honestly, it's very peculiar, given, now, I don't mean this in a peculiar observation. As you said, you are very large, and yet you're able to silence your steps. You're not like, and again, pardon, I don't mean this in the rude, Mr. Winchester. You know, you are rather heavy-footed, and yet, little Miss Effie here, your footsteps are as light as a feather. Very interesting.
I mean, I get it for my case. I mean, lots of what I do requires my dexterity, my footwork to be of the absolute utmost. You saw that earlier with that, me getting down that building, Effie, but as for you, it's kind of odd, but at the same time admirable.
Oh, why, thank you. It's just in the Grey Lands. It's the sort of place where just the smallest wrong step and everything within a mile will come to kill you.
Oh dear. Well, how does it feel not being in that sort of environment anymore? At least for now.
You mean everyone here is not trying to kill us?
I imagine that would be a relief.
Not in the traditional sense, no.
You may have noticed that, as far as it goes, we're not constantly on the lookout. That's typically because inside of areas that are not the Greylands, you said?
Greystone.
Yes.
Greystone.
Oh, that's me messing up out of character.
Oh.
The Greystone. Typically, there are less needs of survival tactics in order to live and prosper here. That doesn't go to say for everybody. In my case, that is similar, but yeah, there are not very many people actively out to kill us, other than maybe the person who's been stealing people.
Who is a bad person, yes?
I think the jury was out on about everyone except for this individual. We don't know who they are yet, but stealing people is usually never a good thing. It's why I kind of deterred you from earlier.
Yes, it's,
I was not trying to steal her.
You asked, and before he even gave you an answer, you started taking her to the door.
Oh, there was plenty of time for him to answer. He just never gave up.
well, it's more of a courtesy thing. It's best to usually ask, considering that that young child was his family, so you usually have to wait and see if he says something, and if you don't get proper consent, then that's not really a yes.
My goodness, so many rules.
Yes, it's a bit much, but the more you're around it, the more you do it.
Definitely, and as far as it goes, it's a lot less, life or death, like, taking a wrong step and having everything wanting to kill and or maim and or eat you, I assume.
Or vice versa.
Or all of them, actually.
I suppose that is true, but if we ever come across another person from Greystone Lands, we should assume that they're trying to kill us.
Oh dear.
I will definitely keep that in mind in my future travels.
Actually, that's not a bad piece of suggestion, eh? Most people from the Greystone Land are a bit, how should we say, uncultured.
Oh yes, and the fact that I'm here now without asking for permission, I'm sort of a war criminal in a way.
I found everybody just stops.
Accidental refugee. I think rings better than that.
Accidental refugee and,
Wait a minute, I just realized something. What?
Oh, what is it, Mr. Winchester?
Yes?
Effie, have you been casting the magic there, what?
Yes.
Oh! He turns over to you. He turns over to to the party with a scared look on his face of worriness, and specifically to you, Audrey. Audrey, one thing you know, because you definitely are aware of this fact more than anybody else, magic is registered in the Empire. Being a non-registered magic caster is considered high treason and a sin punishable by death.
Oh dear. And Audrey gives Winchester the same wide-eyed look.
Suddenly,
Oh,
I'm very
In fact,
glad.
you, Judah, would very much know that as well, because you would be registered as a bard.
Yes, actually.
all of us are just staring at
Wait.
each other in horror.
Wait, we're staring at Effie or who's the caster in this particular situation?
Effie's the caster who is just admitted has not come from a eminent land and thus is an unregistered caster. Something that is, if discovered, will not end well for anybody.
Effie,
Hmm?
dearest Effie,
I
I need to explain a situation with you, if you don't mind.
Oh, I love learning new things.
So, okay, how do I put this? So, first of all, are you enjoying your area on the surface than you do in the Greystone Lands? By absolute chance, do you happen to like it here?
Oh, yes, it's quite pleasant.
Would you say that you like it more than back at home?
Well, yes. I don't have anything anywhere, so I suppose.
Would you prefer it to stay that way?
Looks at you curiously.
You see, magic, the absolute wonders and things that it can do, and he, for the sake of example, if he knows that he won't get in trouble, he kind of makes the the fingerless gloves on his hands. He kind of touches them, mumbles a few words, and he casts a light spell, a dim light on his glove. It's all sorts of. It can be all sorts of wonders, and I mean it's quite literally magical. You see, though, because it has a lot more harmful implications, it is outlawed in a lot of areas where there are a lot of people to protect the people. So, if you would like to continue to meander about and enjoy pastries and be in a world where everyone is not out to get you, then please, unless me, Audrey, anyone else within our little group of ours tells you that it's okay to cast magic similar to how you are seemingly with the term bad people, do not cast any magic at all. Unless you would like for this nice little haven you've found yourself in to suddenly turn into something very much like you're used to.
I do have an alternative, possibly. What?
Oh, did you?
Well, I mean, you did mention she was, quote-unquote, an accidental, and he does air quotes, which look a little funny with hippo hands.
That would be funny.
Refugee. What? We do have refugee laws in the Empire, eh? What?
Yes, but how would that... would it be able to protect her in some cases?
Well, if she willingly signs up for the Empire and registers, as long as she's willing to follow the gods, that's all it takes, what?
Sign up as the Empire... You mean make her join the army? No.
Oh, no. She has to
just
register,
register
what?
As a citizen
Register as a
of the
citizen and
Empire.
spellcaster, what?
Well...
Well, what would that
It's
say
a
about her
relatively
if...
simple procedure. They put you in a zone of truth spell and ask you basic questions to make sure you're not some sort of spy, what? And as long as you answer the questions correctly, you're a citizen! That's what my grandfather
But-
did!
If supposedly...
It's not too hard. I've also done it.
Oh, even if supposedly you've done magic in the past before registering?
Well, they generally are forgiving about it as long as you are unaware of the laws. What?
Oh, alright, then actually this may not be as bad as we're thinking it might be.
This brings up an interesting prospect, actually, and he kind of turns to Audrey. Actually, what do you do anything with magic? I take it you're not. I mean, given some of the observations I've taken, it seems like you seem to be new here. Like I kind of am.
Yes.
What, do you do magic? What do you do? At least in, I guess, in the case things do get a little bit hairy, so to speak.
Oh, of course. Very legitimate questions and concerns. Yes. So, actually, originally I never had, but because of a little peculiar thing that happened back in Owl's Tree, I gained magic via my mentor, the Mr. Owl Lord. And, well, if we are in a pinch, I do so.
Good to know. Okay, thank you. But I take it you you wouldn't happen to be registered here, or maybe does your papers of permission maybe give you some sort of clearance?
Oh, yes, of course. I studied in university, so of course the first thing I had to do was...
Okay, absolutely wonderful. I just didn't want to entertain the idea of losing another teammate.
Oh, no. Oh, as far as paperwork and officiality goes, I am pretty much set on that. And if anything,
Right.
I've just realized that my paperwork not only works entering households and entering the watch house, but if I needed to go to the palace, I technically, at least me and Miriam would be able to.
Are you serious?
Yes, I'm terribly sorry. I completely forgot about it. My mind was narrowly tunneled visioned right into the case, and it just
No.
slipped my mind.
It's good. It's just, that's where my sister was taken. If possible, it'd be
yes.
wonderful if I could maybe. And this happens to be later. I mean, we haven't even met up with Darcy yet.
Well, of course. Actually, I've been wanting to ask about that. So you're a bard, and then your sister works in the palace as a sort of cleric? How did that come to be? And how long ago was she taken?
Right. So, I grew up in a bit of a military family. I will keep things somewhat concise for the sake of, I guess, not wanting to talk too much, but...
Of course. Well, I'm open ears.
Well, basically, I grew up in a military family, and as far as things go, I was... me and my sister, and my other 4 siblings, actually, kind of a big family, we're all kind of expected to go along the path of the soldier and whatnot. And, me and my sister, she's one of the nicest, most kind, most giving and honest individuals that I honestly know. And, well, to be in kind of contrast, I was a bit of a rebel, as that goes. I didn't want to waste my life on the battlefield. No offense to anybody who decides to go into the military.
No, of course. It's not for everybody.
Exactly. And in my case, I wanted to make people smile. I wanted to entertain, and they didn't quite see eye to eye with me on that. And but my sister, however, since her line of work kind of can coincide with the military, she got into a very good place. She's one of the better healers within the Empire, and overall, she's a great doctor. And
that's impressive, especially she's in the palace. That's already exemplified.
Especially so. And I became a bard later in life, kind of lost contact of my family, and my sister and I kept in touch because, she was kind of the only one that was there for me. We were there for each other, and when letters just ceased, I had to see what was going on, and I tried to get attention to my family. They are decently powerful, but, when you are more or less seen as a clown, from the beginning, you are seen as a clown to the end, and they thought that for some reason I would make slight of my own sister's disappearance as a joke.
Oh, my dear.
Kind of grits his teeth. But yeah, that's why I'm out here. That's kind of the story in that regard. And somehow this spell user person got her, who was a very careful woman, out into the streets and wherever, and I need to find her. I don't have a choice but to find her.
Of course, of course. Well, Mr. Ozen, I promise you, and she kind of gently puts both hands onto his shoulders, we're going to find out where she went. And to whatever gods you pray to, if any at all, we are hoping that she will be safe and sound. So far, they've walked off on their own, which means, from what it sounds like, if they're gathering people, maybe they won't harm these people. So
I can only hope.
we can only cross that bridge when we get there. We can only make assumptions, but we cannot put down any assumptions and say that it is solid unless it is proven otherwise. Right?
Definitely. I mean, I may not exactly be so much more on science, but as far as things go, research and learning is kind of part of a bard's thing, so...
Of course.
I
And
get it.
we can share some magic secrets here and there, and we can try it out and trade different spells. I'm still working on the fireball, but that's exploded on me a few times.
I can imagine.
But don't worry, we're going to find, and at least, if anything, as I've said, we do have a ways into the palace, and we are on official business, so technically, we would be asking for questions, and now that you're part of the party, which is part of the research because that was very much so part of the deal, you will definitely be getting your answers. At least, I hope so.
Kind of light up at that, since he's already been kind of denied of it before, despite his own, I guess, bit of efforts, and thank you, seriously, so much!
Of course.
You have no idea how much that means.
I mean, I can only imagine. I mean, obviously I'm not in your position, but we're all here, and I can see that you mean well.
He just, for a moment gets this, dopey smile on his face before kind of shaking himself together and, realizing that he's, still shirtless and very much so kind of, looks over towards Effie and a bit of a robotic...
And when you do that, you do not see Effie anywhere.
Oh dear. Miss Effie! Effie!
Damn it!
Are you on top of the building? And she's looking around. Oh!
You guys can roll me perception checks.
She disappeared with my fucking shirt! Who does that?
Effie does! Perception.
Darcy just disappears.
Oh no.
Did he just sleep?
Oh no.
Oh no.
So as you
Mr. Winchester, could you help us?
you guys are all drastically fleeing around, looking about. Yeah, 1 second, I'll roll Winchester's. Just gotta get his sheet open again.
You're tall. You must have seen her.
Drastic. I was just slightly turning my head.
Miss Miriam, oh no, Effie's going.
Okay, oddly enough, Winchester and Miriam notice Effie as she's...
Where do we notice Effie?
You guys notice her kind of approaching from the distance, and weirdly enough, she's just got a flower in her hand and has put it on the lapel of the shirt.
Oh, thank goodness.
Oh, there you are. Here you go. I spotted this and thought it would match it all together well.
Oh, Effie, please don't say something before you move. You gave me a
Oh,
almost
you
gave
had
me a
us
heart attack.
Yeah,
worried.
she is quite stealthy, isn't she? Hey, what?
Oh, but you were all so involved in your conversation. I didn't want to be a bother.
Oh, no, it's quite alright, if you just give us a little tap on the shoulder and even just the direction that you go, that would...
By all means, thank you for being courteous, but please don't scare me like that again.
Oh, my apologies. I did not mean to scare you.
That is a
Oh.
nice little flower you.
Yes, actually, it's quite a. Thank you. Seriously, you did
Oh.
really well on this.
Oh, it is no problem. As I said, I am happy to help. And you have been very kind.
To do so,
You
you
too.
just see, I'm just gonna say Winchester goes up and looks, like, once again looms over top of all of you, still being the tallest person in the party. He goes, you know, that is a rather good, smacking good job there, Effie, hey, what? And he just kind of leans into Effie where you guys can't hear because he's near, the only person near his height, and goes, by the way, I don't suppose, you might be able to help me with one of my old clothing sets, hey, what?
What was that?
He's like, you can help me with one of my old clothing sets, eh? What?
Oh, yes, of course. I'd be happy to help.
The last
What clothes?
the last set of leotards I had kind of ripped open when I did a pirouette. You could use a bit sewing up, eh?
Effie is still speaking normally, not whispering. She's like,
Oh, I can fix your leotards.
Just see, thank you, Effie. As he kind of like looks embarrassed, as he kind of like, moves the collar of his neck.
as we continue walking, Effie's still just like holding her face. She's just looking so happy right now, just with flushed cheeks and stuff, just happy to help.
You know,
So many
Effie,
friends.
if you happen to find a place inside of the Empire, very well, you might be able to open up a shop. You did really well on this. I wouldn't be surprised if you could maybe make some money off of this.
A shop? Would I be wanted?
What?
I mean,
You could call it
with
the
your
just a snapping good name. You could call it the Spider Silk Tailor Shop, eh? What?
Actually, yes, that'd be very interesting. And honestly, you are quite the expert in webbing, so maybe people would put two and two together. If you could make webs, lovely.
And I take it, considering that, I mean, you quite literally produce silk. Like, I don't know how else I can put it, but that's a money-making machine by its own, really.
Oh, well, I mean...
She's just fiddling with her hair now.
I love her.
Oh, man.
You never know until you try.
Can I have my shirt back, actually, now that I think about it?
Oh, yes, here. Be careful with the flower.
Of course, thank you. He quickly, deftly puts it back on.
Where'd you
Okay.
get this flower, by the way?
Oh, it was a few vendors down. I trailed away quite a while ago, actually. You guys never noticed.
Oh dear.
But don't worry, I was keeping an eye on you.
Well, thank you for your concern, and we hope we'd be able to keep an eye on you too. Just remember to remind us.
Yes, after all, I wouldn't want to separate Solo from the group and get killed.
We wouldn't
You
want
could end up with a
that.
rather sticky situation, eh? What?
We wouldn't want that either.
It'd be quite unfortunate.
I mean,
Indeed.
who knows what dastardly things someone might do to you? They could drug you and put you up to sleep for all you know, eh? What?
Speaking of which, I just got a terrible.
Why is it every time I'm not there, you guys talk shit about my character?
We
Okay.
warned you.
To be fair, Effie talked shit when you were there too.
You know what? I appreciate that.
They kind of talk about. Winchester spoke shit with you. He just does it in kind of a weird, demeaning way with your shortness.
Yep.
Speaking of which, actually, I kind of got
I'm
a
back as a stone giant.
bit of
Got-
heat of worry. I feel as though we should probably be getting back to the inn soon.
Oh, that's right. What time is it right now?
About
Is
this time, it's getting close to 6 p.m. Just getting close to evening.
Yeah,
Look at that. The sun is setting. We should probably head back, isn't it?
exactly. Actually, I remember I brought it up before, but we should always be more careful around these times. And just for like good measure, he's gonna kind of like take a bit of a look around. Are the streets kind of like beginning to diminish a little bit?
streets are kind of, they're still pretty hustle-bustle, right? I mean, 7 to 8 o'clock is generally when things shut down. And the restaurants
Okay.
are open later, so it's not like dead of night. It's 6 p.m., right? I mean, banks are closed.
Yeah. Okay.
But this is a rather hustle-bustle city. The marketplaces stay open late. People tend to move about.
Yeah, he's just
There's a
keeping.
nightlife to the city.
He's keeping a bit of an eye out just to make sure. Like, as long as they're farther away from the slums and whatnot, then, you know.
I think they're pretty north of
Yeah, actually, where currently are we?
Well, you guys came from the way north from the Swift Cat estate, so that's way
Oh,
up
okay.
here.
We're like the
And you're
total
going
opposite.
way down there.
We're in Rich People Town. Got
Yeah,
it.
you've left Rich People Town, you've passed the palace, and if you're heading back to Soft Paw Pillows, you're way back down here, passing the bank.
Yep.
I do gotta get going at this point, so
Yep,
we'll talk
no
to you later.
worries. We'll see you later, Chris. We'll be wrapping up.
Bye-bye.
anyways.
See ya.
Bye, good
Wait,
night.
are we just gonna leave off on the note of Darcy's?
Ah!
No,
Blacked out?
I am leaving off on you. Don't worry.
See ya.
Okay.
Bye.
Good night.
But in any case, as you guys head into the inn to go meet your compatriots, you guys make your way back to Soft Paw Pillow. Darcy's still not back.
Okay, now I'm worried.
Well, we were planning to meet him here, yes.
We didn't
Perhaps he's just
give
not
up
done his
specific
job yet.
time.
Hey, what?
Yes, we did not specify a time.
No, it's just... Yeah. The only times when he's ever late to anything is whenever he's taking an obscenely long piss. This feels weird.
Winchester's just gonna rub his chin and go, you know, he does tend to take a lot of those obscenely long pisses. Hey, what?
I
I
mean,
mean, aside from the hungover.
I mean,
well,
but
yeah, given his drinking practices, it actually does begin to make a little bit more sense. now
let's
that I
be
think about
honest,
it.
Ozen, we've only known him for a day. How much do we really know about him, eh? What?
Yeah, well, I know I probably shouldn't be caring this much, but I already kind of lost one person. More people would just mess me up a little bit, so I may be a bit high anxiety for that sake.
Well, I suppose the biggest problem is, does anyone know where he went?
Well, he was talking about he was talking about like the more boony like slums areas, right?
Ah,
Oh, yes, yeah.
So we only have to search about 10 square miles of property then, eh? What?
Oh dear. Well, I mean, there are only so many shorter male humans around with curly hair. He's bound to, since he's not from this town, so I'm assuming people would have. What did
Have
he
you seen a midget anywhere, mister?
Fuck off.
She's a scientific turret here, man. She ain't roasting him on purpose.
Boys, rescue is not coming.
Tell me,
Not real, buddy.
Effie will turn to Ozen and say,
well, if you are so worried about it, I could try to send a little friend looking for him.
Oh, that's
I-
good, your little friends.
I would very much appreciate that. I just, you know, it's the mission, and also, yeah, I just, I don't want to think about what might be happening if he's, I don't know. I'm a very worryful, kind of anxiety-ridden person. I just don't want more people to disappear. Is all.
Well, I
if
do know the
anything-
area.
Huh?
Well, I live in this city, eh? What? I've been here for years.
Oh,
Do
yes, he
you
knows.
have any idea where he might be?
Well, the slums is only gave me, eh? What? His whole covert operation, I'll tell you who I was talking to later thing, didn't seem to help very much, eh? What?
Perhaps, but I mean, you know, if you have anywhere if you have anywhere that we might be able to look, then maybe you and Effie could combine your resources in that regard and maybe meet in the middle. Maybe send some spiders in that particular. Or I'm assuming you're talking about spiders, correct?
Oh, I figure birds would probably better for
can
aerial.
You can speak to other animals.
Oh yeah, she can
Yes.
see small creatures.
Oh, well, sorry for making assumptions.
Winchester
Oh,
goes
sorry.
again. Effie, we did just have this conversation, eh? What?
Right! Shit! Kind of like, Ozen's gonna do like a quick look around, like even to Brew.
Brooke just seems to be cleaning glasses, doesn't really be paying attention. Again, it's not like people know she's unregistered, but if you say,
Right.
I'm from the Greystone Land, cast magic, then they can put 2 and 2 together. So
Okay.
far, people only know one or the other, not both.
So, in this case, so Ozen's gonna go ahead and like get up and like get right up next to in this particular case, just to like keep things absolutely under profile. Or yeah, it's just like, okay, so this is so basically what I've kind of got an idea for is that we could go over to the slums and you could do your thing, and maybe we could kind of wait about, probably stake out for a moment. I'm not exactly sure how, if I could really get in without potentially causing trouble, given my previous encounters, but yeah, I just
Well,
this is,
since we need to search the entirety of the slums, assuming he's still there, I could find a flock of birds to ask to span the area.
you should maybe go with some crows or ravens. I heard they're pretty smart.
Oh, very much so.
They are wonderful little creatures. I've done little experiments with. Well, not experimenting on them, but watching to see if they could figure out the puzzle. It's quite the fun thing to see.
Yes, and do not feel the need to apologize over worrying. Worrying means you're a good person.
I suppose. You
If
know,
maybe you are following your intuition. Though I like to, go on scientific terms and make sure that things, no assumptions until proven otherwise. Gut feeling, for whatever reason, strange enough, phenomenon that seems to work. So it's always good to double check.
but yeah, I mean, I've heard a little bit of those as well. I mean, usually that's for people that are considerably closer, but in my case, it's just, I feel as though with my sister, I kind of lost somebody already due to my carelessness, and I would hate for that to happen again.
I'm not sure about carelessness. She was living her own life in the palace, and she was being cautious already herself.
Perhaps I just...
You can't, you can't watch her all the time, isn't it?
You're right.
Just don't put all the blame on yourself. I understand it's part of grief. But we'll find a way.
Thank you.
Though, I feel a little sad about this because I'm not best at stealth things, and certainly not, unofficial business, shall we say.
I can... my only problem with, the potential operation that we might be putting ourselves through is, I can be rather stealthy, in fact. It's just, my only problem is that, if one of you guys are stealthy and you get caught, there's slightly a chance and room of error where you can talk your way out of it. If I'm found, they very well might just skip to the cutty-slashy part.
I suppose so.
I don't think there's a need for us to stealth. Again, I can send our little friends and have them come back here and tell.
I suppose, but what about after, when your little friends find... We're going to be the ones who have to retrieve him at the end of the day. That's more so what I mean.
That's assuming he's in trouble.
Right, you're right. I'm overthinking.
To be fair, too, I mean, I do have connections in the Mercenaries Guild, after all. I am the chairman there, eh? What?
Something tells me that bringing that up in the future might be a bad idea.
Yeah, what sort of fool would say they work for the Mercenaries Guild? But I'm just
Good
referring
cover
that
story, man.
I might have some information down there, eh? What?
Oh
He
yeah.
just leaves.
Oh wait. Oh, Effie.
Daffy, remember what we told you earlier?
She can't hear anymore.
Oh dear, there she
And
goes.
Effie
Also,
just
I'm making
doesn't-
noise if you hear noise. I forgot to do
Effie
it.
disappears. Well, I suppose show some initiative there, eh? What? I'll go down by the guild and see what I can figure out then, eh? Ha!
Oh, is there anything that I could do? Just sit around.
Jeez.
I suppose I could wait here and see if Darcy actually comes back.
Yeah.
If anything, I'd say, it is only sunset, and he is at the lower part of town, and who knows what other business he could be attending to. He's rather secretive about stuff, so maybe he could just be coming back later in the night and into the night.
You're right. You're right. Maybe. It is a rather large empire, and this is a very large city. I don't know. I think I just need to find something to maybe help me relax, and he kind of takes a seat that Effie was kind of over. Rue, was it?
Yes, my friend.
Do you mind if you could get me oh shoot. Darcy always got those mixed drinks.
Ah, very good, my friend. But is it you would like to try?
I take it he somewhat frequented here previously. Mind if I have whatever he was having? If you can even remember.
Of course. He had a lot of different drinks. He just mixes you a few.
Okay, cool.
And could I have what was that thing that had a bit of coconut in it and a little sweetness and a bit of fruit in there?
That's a pina colada, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh yes, the pina colada. I'm not much of a drinker, but once in a while I try to double it.
Oh, me not. It's just that's rather a common one, so to speak.
Brew
If
starts
Darcy
making
were if Darcy were to imprint anything upon this group, I am glad it's his drinking habits.
So Homebrew makes a pina colada. He goes, just make sure you don't get stuck in the rain.
Excited as I say, bottoms up.
Of course.
So I do have to ask, tell me more about yourself. So you're an entertainer. What kind of things did you do? Do you, I see you have a lute there, you play instruments, do you do some dancing?
Well, I mean, playing instruments and such is more of a, typically I play around with these, and he kind of goes ahead and gives her the same, like, telltale twirl of the scimitar that's on his back. You see, I do more so swordplay, juggling, whether they be flaming swords or completely normal sword swallowing. That's a whole nother thing, especially if the blade's
Oh.
curved.
Goodness, how does that work actually? I've always been curious about it.
It's
did you
definitely a
think it
trick. Huh?
Does your throat give way? Does the sword actually go down? And I know that magicians aren't supposed to actually give away their secrets, but I'm curious about everything and anything and everything.
Yeah, I've definitely picked that up from you. Well, yeah, no, it absolutely does go down, and if I even so much as cough, I risk asphyxiating on my own. Yeah, so it's more so reserved for more, what would I say, higher up people. Usually, sometimes, how would I put this? It's more so for people who can pay a lot, typically.
Well, of course, you are risking your life, so I would hope it was worth the price. Even though there's
yes,
no price on
definitely.
your life, of course.
Yeah, no, I completely understand. I'm just saying, typically with the more corrupt, more rich people, typically that's the type of dangerous stuff that they like to see. But other than that, as far as it comes to the instruments, you see swords like myself. They're not exactly the most well received by the public. Usually it's more so risque and risky, and it's not exactly the danger is sometimes not seen very well, since there can be a lot of interesting characters that usually take up my kind of work. And the
That's true.
instruments and added, even though I do play, I do dabble, and usually I'm in backgrounds when it comes to, and he kind of points towards the stage with the Tabaxi bards or performers. I usually more so do, background stuff, and I can sing, but in other words, it's more so for the sake of hiding my real presence and what I actually do. But yeah, a palace is more willing to let in a normal bard than one that can swallow swords and throw one a solid few feet in the air and catch it still on its whim.
Of
Though
course.
yesterday
After all,
that
that is,
did not go down that way.
Oh dear. I mean, I imagine that'd also be very useful in combat.
Oh yes, definitely. I might not exactly. You wouldn't happen to know much about martial arts, would you?
No, I have no way of knowing. See, when I came to the university, really, I was going to be a normal researcher. Magic wasn't really on my mind.
Yeah.
So,
No,
nothing of the
I get
sort.
that. Well, putting it simply, while you have, your soldiers that are very into the martial aspect of, battle, and you have your more wild, barbaric types that just go ahead and swing and slash. Mine was a performance, and it never stopped being a performance in that case. And I kind of learned to turn that performance into a very artistic way of fighting, I suppose.
Well, that does remind me a bit. If you look through history, a lot of, although I don't do martial arts myself, I have heard of martial arts that originally started off very similarly. They masked themselves as dancers. They would do sword twirling and some of the swords, but actually it was more for practice. So it was both a way of defense, but also it's just beautiful artistry to it. So that's why sword dances are a thing, as well as an actual fighting. So
I'm sure as far as the origins go, yeah, that's definitely true. It's also just, I wasn't able to run away from all of my military practices, and as far as that goes, I decided to kind of turn it into an art form, and it's what I'm pretty good at, so I kind of just took two and two.
It's interesting. You use that as your, I suppose, quote-unquote, form of rebellion.
Yeah, I'd say so. I guess that is kind of odd, come from military and take those and turn it into something that can fit my own needs, I suppose. I've never really thought of it that way.
Well, I admire you for following your dreams despite much of the odds being against you. And you do it very well as far as I know. I've your full skills, but I can tell you're confident in your craft.
Thank you. Hopefully you'll be able to actually see it in action. Well, hopefully not, because believe it or not, I'm not exactly one who enjoys fighting, but
Oh no, of course.
despite my previous story with that other person's skull. But as far as things go, definitely, if it absolutely comes to it, I definitely have your back in that regard.
Thank you. Yeah, I myself am not the biggest fighter, and personally, I'd like to avoid it as much as I can. But at least I understand that though the world is fascinating and full of bright things to investigate, research, and take notes on, not everyone has the same bright-eyed look in the world that I do. Part of it, of course, is my privilege of the fact that I was able to get to university in the first place. I didn't grow up in the slums, so obviously my first instinct wasn't to survive. It was to study.
Wise of you to look at outlooks like that, definitely. As far as it goes, we all have our own perspectives. And in a similar case, I guess you could say I kind of grew up from that same place, with a high-tier military family. Of course, it didn't exactly help when it came to what I actually wanted to do, but no, I definitely could say that. There are others who had to start from the absolute bottom, and, I had the luxury of actually being able to feel what things really were like before going on my own road.
It's just all the more experiences to you.
Definitely. But if I'm not mistaken, exactly. I mean, I know you seem to be more so in the form of sciences, but what exactly all do you research?
Well, anything and everything, really. I'm just completely fascinated by all of the world, different creatures. If I could list a few things, and she just kind of adjusts her glasses and kind of tapping her chin. If there are a few things that I am personally interested in outside of my field, languages are a very curious thing. I would love to become an actual polyglot. Of course, that takes a lot of time. As you've seen, I've learned a little bit of, the cool girl city talk, but that's just about a level. That's very easy to pick up. I've also learned. Let me just take a look at my sheet here in passive. Because I've forgotten what my languages are. Wait, shit, where is it? Well, one of them is deep speech. Oh, no, I remember. Yes, so I learned deep speech. Of course I know Common because I'm talking to you right now. And Draconic. It's just something so very different from my own language and my anatomy and so I just want to learn things that are very out there.
When you said deep speech, he just kind of stares at you with like a blank expression and like an open mouth. He's just like,
oh, right. I should probably give context about that. So, I don't know.
Okay, guys. Not to cut you off, we're going to wrap up here pretty quick because I got to get to bed soon.
Yeah.
And there's one thing I'd
perfectly
left
fine.
to do. So as you guys,
we're just gonna keep talking for the rest of the night, probably.
I have no problem with you guys having a nice long combat, but I just want to do one thing before we finished off.
Yeah.
yeah, no, I love it too, but I was like, oh my god.
You'll find out about it. You can ask her again later.
Yeah, you guys
All
can
right.
pick up next session right where you left off for all of mine. If you guys want to continue RPing without me, I know your backstories. So anyways, cutting away back to your missing party member.
My poor boy.
You find yourself very
This is
sore.
why he doesn't work in groups.
You're very sore and tired as you kind of wake up with your eyes dreary and thing. As you open up your eyes, you find yourself in this very strange room, and you look down, you kind of like see a red rug beneath your feet with a giant eyeball rug in the center of it, of a cat's eye. Sitting on a throne, you see what appears to be a strange female tabaxi woman dressed in desert robes and has like a large curved scimitar sword on her side. You look around and you see lizardmen bodyguards and tabaxis with rifles standing next to her. You also look behind you to see a couple very familiar looking tabaxis, including a very large tabaxi carrying a battle axe.
I'm assuming I'm probably restrained.
You are restrained. You are tied up and restrained and held down by two lizard men.
Am I in a chair, or are they like actually just holding me?
You're in a chair. Tied, but in a chair.
I just look at them like, well, wasn't the worst time to wake up. Better than my hangover this morning.
And just for your image, that's the tabaxi in the chair.
Oh, I can't wait to find a way to kill her.
And then behind her, though, you see two statues of Nemesis, the goddess of vengeance.
Oh, fun. I don't like it.
As you wake up, you see the woman go, I see you're finally awake, are you? You had a nice sleep.
Well, my hangover's gone, so I guess that's that.
I heard you were looking around for information around here.
I like to stay informed.
Indeed. It's rather ill etiquette, though, to go speaking of robbing homes without getting, first speaking to the guild about it, after all.
Oh, is that the policy here?
Generally, it's considered good manners to run it by the heads, but it's also considered good manners not to, I don't know, help a known person who has assaulted our group, or be at least connected to a giant, well-known hippo man who was seen with them. But it does bring up an interesting question. Swing, Cliff, would you please do me the honors and Of course, Claw. As Swing comes up behind you, Darcy takes a big whiff of your neck. Meanwhile, the other tabaxi does as well. Yes. I think it's the same one.
Oh,
Well, that's interesting. But in any case, Mr. What was your name again?
Bonamon.
Well, Mr. Bonamon, I think you and I have much to discuss, don't you?
Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to stand up. Legs are starting to, the knees are starting to lock up a bit.
Kind of raises an eyebrow at you and go ahead.
Can I actually stand?
Yep, you can stand.
I stand. I'm assuming my hands are like tied behind my back or something.
Yeah, your hands are tied behind your back.
Rope or cuffs?
In this case, it would be cuffs.
All right. Can I still move my hands at all?
You can kind of wiggle your hands about.
All right. So, Miss Claw, I was actually wondering if I ever get the chance to meet you. So, what do you want to know?
Well, I'm so curious why you're so interested in finding out about the Swiftclaw family, and apparently thinking we have some sort of deal worked with them?
I'm just curious. Been thinking about hitting their place up a bit, trying to get a little information on them.
I see.
Nothing more.
It wouldn't have anything to do with the fact that you've been working around town with those friends of yours looking for the missing people?
5 out of 10, maybe. But, honestly, more of a cover story if anything. Like I said, I work for the guilds just so I can get around the place and not have to worry about the guards wondering why I'm there.
Interesting. You know what, I think you're a rather nice and charming man. You usually work your way out of things, and I'm glad to see that you and I might be able to come to agreements, perhaps, yes?
Well, I prefer to kind of look around. I don't like the situation I'm in, so yeah, I'm willing to talk with you.
Well, that's good. You see, my uncle and I are at a bit of a disagreement right now.
Uncle?
You don't know
Yes,
who
yeah.
I am, do you?
I know your name's Claw, and I know you're kind of the top shit around here.
He kind of gives a giggle. More than you might think. As she reaches into her thing and pulls out a little pendant. You may not know what this is, but
Do I know what it is?
roll me a history check.
Ooh, something I'm not good at. Let me see. History, you'll say? 5.
It's pretty.
It is. Looks
It's
nice.
very pretty. It looks like what looks to be like a symbol of a golden talisman, but with like a strange what's the word I'm looking for? Symbol on it of a rune that you're unfamiliar with. But well, Mr. Darcy, because I think you're someone who might be willing to listen and know the truth.
Oh, Bonamon.
Oh,
She said Darcy.
yeah, sorry. Yeah, I said yeah, but that was it's simple. This is my uncle happens to be the Sultan himself. And I'm in
really?
fact the crown princess of this land.
You don't mind my saying then, why are you down here? Shouldn't you be living up in the palace there?
That, my friend, is a story that will take some time. And with that, we'll end it there.
Yeah, fuck me.
I will restate. This is exactly why he should travel in groups.